Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to another episode of Open Lines where I open up the StreamYards in the chat and you come up and have a random chat. Tonight, I really don't have another subject, but I'm sure we can think of something. We are all still human beings after all. I'm sure we can find something to talk about. News is too depressing. Movies are shit. Let's talk about actually what we love for once. There we go. Things we love, movies we love, games we love, music we love. Oh, getting a little. This is what I get for sleeping at night and or not sleep until the nighttime comes. And I was thinking about something today. I really got to thinking. Yeah, yeah. Oh my gosh, Haster, why, why are you thinking? As that we spend a lot of time bashing things we hate, but maybe we actually should show a little more compassion for things. Usually, oh yeah, don't get me like a good roaster, a good bash as much as anybody, but you might as well just keep on doing that thing with if you can't spread the love, I mean, because there's with all the bad stuff, there's got to be some good in this world. I realize there's a lot of things people take for granted in this world. Like, I know here in America, the freedom to have a strong opinion. It's it's even when you come from a place of power or a place of money. Uh, and then, but what do I know? Oh, excuse me. I'm just a guy making live stream videos on YouTube. I I don't know much, but I know when enough is enough. That's for sure. And just it's just a little crazy anymore. This world. I think about things like think of the kids. Like if you brought kids up in this world, would they know how to love when all they see around them is so much hate? I know this is not usually my normal thing. Usually I'm a lot more lighthearted, but I believe I don't it just doesn't seem right. And despite religious beliefs, despite political differences, there's always some sort of common ground somewhere, whether in music, in movies we love, in games we love, in the fandoms we enjoy. There's always something that brings us all together. Yes, I'm about like 10 minutes early or something, so I didn't expect anybody in here. I didn't expect a huge crowd. I didn't expect to do anything at all until about 10 o'clock. But this just came to me, and you know how I am. If the way I operate is if I have something come to me, I literally have to stop everything I'm doing and write it down. But and then there's Parrot Head. I think everybody's already established that I'm not a boomer. But thank you. Anyway, you got to be bored after World War II to be a boomer. Yeah, I know Tommy's streaming. A lot of people are streaming. I thought I'd check up on Drunk 3PO today. And that was kind of funny. Hello, Lady Mist. I mean, Drunk 3PO's funny, don't get me wrong, but it's it's always good to make fun of yourself. I mean, if you can't be your own comedian, how are you going to be funny for other people, right? And if you are looking at that that non super chat that I actually sent you, Drunk 3PO, no, it's in love. You're a cool dude. Don't change for no one. If he ever watches my videos, I may not even be a blip on his fucking radar, but yes, Parrot Head, I have to agree with you. And Jimmy Buffett, of course. If we couldn't laugh, we would all go insane. That I truly believe that philosophy that laughter is the best medicine. And if we couldn't laugh, we just be forced to because our minds would break and we'd become mentally loco. We'd be absolutely crazy. And for those of you who actually do want to come up here, I'm putting the link in the chat right now, actually. And today is the No Discord day. We're going to see who really has their notifications turned on because it usually, I noticed there's like an hour and a half delay, so we're going for about 2.5 hours. Let's see what happens. So this is, yes, I know you're not a talker, lady miss. So in other news, Butterflies had her first live show today. That's a more positive thing. And apparently it went rather well. I wouldn't know. I was kind of passed out for it, but for about, I think, 4 hours maybe. But yes, field surgeons are a great example of that. I've actually talked to a few field surgeons. I like to call them field medics, but that's really what they really are, field surgeons. Say what again? I was the robot. Can you give me a timestamp where I did the robot? I mean, and then I'd probably know where I have to repeat myself. I, that is one thing I really don't like either. Darth Haster's pet peeve number. Yeah, a medic is different than a surgeon, but back in earlier times, they were practically one and the same because usually, I like, well, I was talking about I ain't for, oh yeah, the field surgeon thing. I even forget where I was. I've talked to a few field surgeons and few field medics, especially I had a I talked to this one guy who was a field medic for World War II, and he said basically field medic and field surgeon were about the same because you did have to do pull a lot of flash decisions like infield, and sometimes you just had to have a bite a bullet and slap a tourniquet on and do some work. Real gritty stuff. I mean, yes, Parrot Head, there is a valid distinction, but nowadays, but there really isn't when it comes to life and death. Like, yeah. And I wasn't muted for that. Apparently, we're, crap. Well, I don't really have too much of a topic tonight. I really don't want to talk about pop culture. I have been listening to some music, and recently, Orianthe put out her first single off of her new album, and I believe I have it in the Discord. I posted it earlier this morning, I believe, but I thought it was I thought it was really good, and although I think her earlier stuff was better. I mean, considering this woman can hold her own against Steve Vai, this woman can comes recommended by Carlos Santana and has played alongside Michael Jackson during his final tour. So this chick going places. If well, she's practically already there. I think I'm trying not to, Lady Mist. I'm trying to keep it positive tonight. I really am. I think everybody is tired of the ranting and tired of the raving. But when the world's going to crap, what do you got to do? I mean, everything has its own. Everybody has their things. Everybody. Oh crap, I'm losing my no butts. What do you mean no butts? Don't we all have butts? All the other butts. Oh, never mind. Um, 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 I'm just, it's just one of those days. Or should I say nights? Good evening, everyone. I mean, kind of wish I had an audio book accompaniment to a Dagus book. I've already been through it 3 times, and I still can't tell anybody anything about it because I have a hard time. I don't know what it is. My mind just doesn't work like that. I can't just comprehend words on a page. I've got to have some audiobook accompaniment to it, or otherwise I don't comprehend anything. It's weird how my fucking mind works. It's kind of frustrating. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love his book, Evolution, but you asked me something about it, and I'm like, huh, what? Okay, did I miss something? No, I. It's like I fucking missed everything. Yes, I've read it like 3 times already, but if you asked me something about it, I'd be like, because I don't know what it is with me. I could read something till I'm blue in the face and still not comprehend anything. Um, Fall Guys is on PC, and for one, and for two, I can't even get Quake Champions to run on my PC. Because if I'd be playing anything, I'd be playing Quake Champions. And if I can't get Quake Champions to run, there's no way Fall Guys would actually run on my computer. Yeah, I did enjoy it, but I wish I could actually remember some things. I guess my memory is getting really bad. I guess I am becoming like Mikolash. Only only I'm in reverse. He's worried about waking up from the nightmare. Me, I'm worried about falling asleep because I'll forget everything. I should actually make that voice thing some type of thing on on the channel. Now I'm waking up. I'll forget everything. I don't really care too much for that Mikolash fight, but that line has always stuck with me because, especially last few years, because it's kind of reversed for me. If I go to sleep, I'll forget things. I'm just trying to explain how my mind works. It it's the mind is a crazy thing. We've spent centuries, but there's so many different ways a human mind could work, and that's what makes it so fascinating. Yes, Lady Mist. You were right. But I believe that's what makes everything so complex. I am leading up to something. It's not that we don't remember, or not that we don't want to remember, or some things we'd like to try to forget. But it's it's our little eccentricities, our little quirks, our little things that make everybody different. If variety is the spice of life, humanity has it in freaking spades. And I think that's what makes society so complex, because all humans are so different in one way or another that makes us who we really are. I mean, everybody, but it's our similarities. I mean, we all bleed the same. Everybody knows that. But it's just, I know I sound awful preachy tonight. It's just I really got to thinking about things that everybody's thought processes work differently. And I think that's what makes humanity different from every other species on this planet. We could change our thought processes. We could okay. I mean, I'm not going for a Nobel Prize or anything. It's just differences in the world. It's just a lot of hate. It just all because people are different, and I don't think like that at all. And it's just all the I think that's what makes humanity so great, that we're all different. That's what I'm getting down to. We're all different. Everybody's different in one way or another. And that's what makes us all unique. Whether you can call us a snowflake or whatever. I mean, because no two snow the millennial definition of snowflake. I'm talking like a legit snowflake, like actual snow. But even that definition's lost to time. Literally. Cherry season is over. Huh. I never really talked about cherry season. And we are getting people left and right. Hold on. I'm gonna play. Let's see if we can get them in here. Maybe. And we got a double two bride. How you doing? Double prizes today, and how you doing tonight?
I'm fine.
Well, that is good.
I'm fine.
What? So, what do you? I really don't have a subject tonight. So, what do you two want to talk about?
Well, what do you want to talk about? I mean, your October is almost here. Well, September is almost here, but October we're talking about Halloween. So, what do
Yes.
you like about Halloween?
What do I like about
Oh,
Halloween?
I'm.
What's not to like about Halloween?
I mean, what do you want to do
For
this year for Halloween, Han?
for one, there's a little cooler weather. I don't know about you, Nina Green, but does it get cooler where you live around October months?
It does here, yes.
Okay, so I know it's been really hot there lately,
Yeah.
according to
Hmm.
We've had
even lately.
110 weather.
Says
Mm.
it's really hot there
Yes.
night
Yes.
here lately. So, but it's still not cool enough to probably enough for a light jacket.
Here? No.
So I yeah, I like the cooler weathers, but I guess that's just I don't know what that is, but I always like fall weather, even though fall fall conditions
Okay.
don't really like me too much because apparently I'm allergic to everything outside and almost everything inside. So
That's not good.
so I door no crap. I just automatically my nose just starts running,
Hmm.
and then I'm kind of sickly just crossing the street.
Yeah.
It's just it's a bad look now, especially with things going around. You know what I mean?
Yep. Well, I don't have too bad of allergies. Of course, I have 5 cats. Yes.
Actually, the only things I actually don't like on there is probably the black licorice. I could give, of all the things that Parrot had just mentioned, I
love black licorice.
and makes me want to try to get a real bottle of absinthe here in the U.S.
Wow, that's hot ladiness.
And boy,
I'm sorry, I'm not very talkable.
I just, yeah. You asked what I liked about Halloween. I guess it's the whole decorating and the weather.
You also like the Monster Mash?
And usually our friends end up people last year, so it was barely even 10 people last year, so.
Hmm. I love Halloween.
Hell, that you say that's September. Yeah, I love Halloween too. There was this if I remember correct, when I was a little kid, there was this guy every year he'd have this coffin. No shit, he'd have this coffin in his yard. And about the last couple days of Halloween, he'd have this thing set up on a motion sensor where the lid would pop up and a skeleton would pop out the bitch. Every time he went up his fucking walkway.
Wow.
Butterfly.
And it would cackle at you like
Wow.
and that was one of the things that I remember from Halloween. Like the first time I saw that when I was a little kid, scared the purple crap out of me. But as I got older, I'm like, oh my freaking awesome.
Yeah.
It's like you've been showing up here for years, and now you're like 30 some years old, and you're still coming to my house. And, but now it's with my kids.
Yes.
Guess what? Until about a couple years ago, it'd still be candy.
Yeah, it's been quite a while here because of the blades in the apples or the
And then
candy. No one goes out for Halloween.
I miss that guy. He was cool.
Oh, speaking of Halloween, I remember when I was younger, we went trick-or-treating, okay? And there was this box. I have no idea why there was a box there. And they said, go ahead and grab a whole bunch right there. They said, go on. I'm like, okay. I grab a whole bunch of handful, and this guy pops out of the box and starts chasing me. I ran to my mom and I started crying. And my mom laughed so hard, and I was like, that's not funny. I was just a kid. Man.
Butterflies.
One house with the graveyard with the candy buckets. There were candy buckets near the graves. And it said, "We're not home, but we left the candy near the graves."
Oh no, I see how this is going.
And every time a person went up to it, there was like this guy underneath the ground. I don't know how he stayed under there without actually. I guess there was like a tube in the grave or something. But there was a real life person dressed up as a zombie underneath when you tried to. I guess there's like a camera that he had a camera or something in there.
Wow.
I don't know how they did it. The ground and scare the crap out of you when you try to get the candy.
Yeah, here where we live, we have a slaughterhouse in Bill Works. Bill works there every Halloween.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. Go ahead, Nina.
That's okay. So, Bill loves to work there. And he really scares a lot of people. Even tall, grown-up men. He scares. So, but he enjoys it, which is good.
Yeah, he's had a few personas working at that slaughterhouse haunted house, huh?
Yeah. Slaughterhouse is fun. I went through it the first year he was there. And it was fun. They had this thing. Which one did you like better? I liked the one where the kids go through. It wasn't that scary. So I voted for them. Where did she go?
Apparently we lost the butterflies. Apparently connection issues or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't send out any Discord notifications to get I'm going to see how long it takes for YouTube to actually get notifications out. So this is a test.
Uh-huh.
And welcome back, butterflies.
Yes,
Sorry about
welcome
that.
back.
That's okay. That's all right. It's all good. It's all good. But on the topic of Halloween, I think I like just about everything about Halloween, even the darker side.
Yeah.
Isn't there a thing where they say the veil is actually a lot thinner around All Hallows Eve, All Saints Day, and then
I don't know.
aw,
Aw, that's so sweet.
WB
Thank you,
with butterflies. Oh, by the way, everyone, Butterflies has her own channel now.
Oh, that's cool.
First
I
time.
think it's actually she had her first stream earlier today while I was resting up.
Ah, that's good. How did it go?
Really good.
That's good. So, butterflies, what's your bird's name?
Pikachu.
Ah, that's cute.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Jedi Bill is coming up.
Hello.
Should I go ahead?
What happened?
Should I go ahead and play you the tube ride, or do you
What?
hear Jedi?
What?
Did you want the Did you want the tube ride?
Oh, I was just wondering wherever that was. I thought that was your thing now.
Oh, so you do want the tube ride? I'll pop you back out and give you the tube
Tube ride is
That's
awesome.
cool.
Okay. Wait.
Hold on a second. Dude wants a tube ride. I'm not one to deny the man.
Wait, it's getting filthy in there.
Sorry about that thing from where I didn't have such cool things to play with,
You're
to
cutting
where
in and
I
out.
have cool videos to. Oh, I am. It must be connection issues. Anyway, I'm transitioning from not having cool things to play with
Uh-huh.
to actually having videos and stuff to mess with and have fun with. So
Uh-huh.
there's that. And there's Jedi Bill. Yes, we've got a lot of. Oh, and Vegas Sin is here with us. So sorry I'm late. Oh, trust me, I know the feeling. I've been sleeping as well.
Sleep.
I think I got what, a good 4 hours butterflies maybe.
Yeah.
I get sleep.
Hold up, Lady Mist. Holy crap. 115 this weekend. Oh,
Yeah, she said that earlier.
I would die.
Boy, that's hot. Well, at 112, I'm melting. So
I need to ask the boss. What kind of setup you want?
where were you going?
I think I was gonna go to Firehouse.
Firehouse subs?
Yeah, they have good subs there. Except I don't know what their subs
I got a Firehouse
are.
subs over here, but it's a the
Well, the lady's hungry, and I gotta go get some.
I hear they got
something to eat.
some
Food.
stuff.
Hungry.
But
Feed.
you gotta do what you gotta do, Bill. Food must eat foods.
If I do it, she'll be throwing at things at me all night long on the soup.
Yeah.
Well,
And I can't duck that fast.
Did you hear what happened the other night?
well, give her an hour. She'll probably be throwing things on here.
Oh, I don't go get her some food right away.
Okay. I don't know what to say.
I think they got an online menu at this point.
Yeah, maybe he can bring it up and I'll look at it. Bring up the online menu and I'll look at it. Don't, I mean, do it. Oh.
See, I'm being picked up by her mic. My mic is muted. She's at the chair and I'm at the computer desk.
Yep. I'm here at my chair and he's at the computer. Where our little girl wants some attention.
Yes.
Little Sapphire, and she loves her attention. And every night she'll go around the apartment. Ow, ow, ow.
You ever watch the soup? They hear it.
Yeah, I haven't been on this soup for a while. I try to stay on a little bit,
Yeah.
but I don't know what it is. Everybody seems to be doing well, and
Oh my. Hon, where did my neighbor cat went to?
in here.
Okay. Wondering.
Licking themselves on our coffee table.
So you have a baby too, huh?
It's our neighbor's cat.
Ah.
Usually at nights, we since we don't have air conditioning, we open the door at night so we can get some fresh air in here.
Yeah.
And cooler air, I should say. Cool things down a little bit inside. And sometimes neighbors' cats just come in and come and say hi to us. Like earlier today, I said I was on earlier on my stream. I was watching Drunk 3PO, and Cat decided to sit on my laptop while I had my keyboard in my hands. All of a sudden, I'm in the chat typing because of the cat on the freaking keyboard.
You need to pay attention.
And I'm like, no, please don't enter. Please don't enter. Please don't enter.
Yeah, my cat likes to do that during karaoke and mess up my singing.
Yep. Did you not know that cats are telling you, I'm the boss, you must pet me, you must love me. You must know when I want to be fed.
Yep. Cats think we're slaves.
Yes, they do.
We don't own cats, they own us.
Pretty much.
But if you actually go by ancient Egyptian culture and mythology, they were regarded as deities.
Yep.
What?
Yes, cats were regarded as what was it? Keepers of
Yeah.
Ain't they?
what was it? Guardians of the land of the dead or something?
Yeah, I think so. They protect you.
That explains why. That was why in the Mummy that in the Mummy 1999 Mummy movie, Imhotep was afraid of all right, Vegas. Take care of yourself, okay?
Oh no.
I hope things get a little better for you. I will pray and do all kinds of things. I don't care if I have to. And here comes another. All right, we got another one, ladies and gentlemen.
Is that going to happen every time someone comes on?
Hello. Yeah. Yes.
Right.
Yes, it is. At least the first time. Like if you drop out and come back, I'm not doing it a second time.
Oh, there you go.
It's only the first time.
Now you killed my fun for the evening.
First time per stream. Did you like your tube, Brad, or was it a little bumpy?
Well, I gotta get. Okay. Darn.
You're right.
All
That
right.
turns my hot water into cold water, so I am kind of annoyed about that.
Oh. Okay.
Put a heater in on the trip there.
Sorry. I think I don't.
It's going through, it's like being flash frozen and then on.
No, it's just messing with me. I like it.
Yeah, I'm just messing with the whole intro thing. It's like I'm being
Yeah.
to another dimension. Transported to another dimension, I should say.
Yeah. And we got Mando Merc.
Hey guys.
Well, I'll catch you guys later. I gotta get.
So have you been merking?
Yeah.
All right, go get some grub. Go get some grub for Nina before she really starts throwing stuff at you.
No, I just sent someone a special packet. That's quite long. When they open it, they get quite a surprise.
Oh. Oh, was it?
Jokes aside, I'm not joking. I did send someone a package, but that's because they ordered my poster, so I sent it to them today.
Oh, that was cool. That's cool.
It's
I'm
not a
glad.
bomb. It's not a bomb.
I,
Well, here's the thing: if you don't hear from RR in a few days, then you'll know if it's a bomb or not.
okay, I'm pretty sure I could run into RR. I think I just saw him. Doesn't he register a Culture
if it's a
Casino or
bomb,
something?
you'd run into him a few times because you'd be scared.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So what are all you guys up to?
About
Uh,
I used to say about
Listen to
5'9", same height as Tom Cruise, but I don't know about that one anymore. Did I just hear a PS2 boot up? Made it work. Did you just boot up a PS2, brother? What's up with all that? There's so much extra going on here.
Why can't I do this?
Oh,
Sorry, I was messing with the volume for something because I am playing a game in the background, so I didn't want the volume from the game to bleed through.
Are you okay, Brady? Will you get the salads on this? I don't
have time for this.
Okay,
I'm just gonna
then
talk about-
I'll have
is everything?
Even though that's what I'm.
I'll give the honey jam.
Huh?
The honey jam.
I
Nope.
don't know.
You want the honey ham?
I don't know what's going on with my audio settings. I don't know if it's coming through my. Is it getting louder here? Am I getting louder now?
Just extra onion there.
Am I louder now, or am I just about the same?
You're a bit more staticky now, or robotic.
More staticky? Well,
Yeah, you're
I've literally
You were fine before. I don't know
just
what
a
you're
little
doing now.
staticky. Okay. Well, I took off my headset there and actually had my my mic part up to my lips, and I was literally talking on my headset. But so apparently it is coming through the headset. It's just not picking up as it should for some weird ass reason. I don't know what. Yeah, I was trying to fool with my audio video settings, and apparently I kicked myself out of the stream when I did that
Oh, nice.
because I was gonna try to fool with the stuff on that to see if I can get myself maybe a little louder. But apparently, I'm not going to be able to do that while I'm on live without going into OBS or something.
You might have to. Yeah, you might have
Because
to do it.
normally I don't run OBS.
Yeah, but
I mean, I have OBS, but I don't run it normally because I'm just like. Plus, it's too taxing on my PC right now, the way it is.
Mess with the settings and try using a faster encoder. That usually helps.
Yeah, but
Also, given you're not doing any games and stuff right now, you can lower the resolution to 720, and it should still be fine.
I do have the resolution lowered to that, and it still has that type of problem. It's just this thing's made for streaming, not this laptop's made for streaming, and it's really crap. I mean, it's a cheap Walmart computer, or cheap Walmart laptop, so it's better than nothing.
I built my machine.
That thing.
Where I'm able to do everything at once.
Yeah, I told you probably the better bet. We probably would have should have just splurged a couple more extra $100 or $200 or more extra, and
all right,
sprung for one of those gaming computers. Maybe I would have been able to at least stream something.
I'll take it from someone who builds games.
Hey, Kitty.
A hobby. It's real fun.
How you doing? You do it just for fun?
I used to when I had the money. Now I only do it for my friends and people who pay me.
So let's say if I end up giving you, like, let's say I give you payments to make me a gaming PC, you could, hypothetical, of course.
Yeah. I'd get you, I mean,
yeah.
Depending on how much money, I can get you like a really high-end PC, or I can get you something more affordable and still be pretty much as powerful. So, like it's really just in terms like, do you want the latest hardware, or do you just want like the next, essentially like the latest hardware that the least amount of money can buy, kind of thing. Where it's like you're still getting an excellent deal. It's just, do you want to spend like $4,000, or do you just want to spend like $1,700? Because that's how much a lot of these computers cost.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like
CPUs, the CPUs, graphics card, and RAM, and the motherboards are usually the most expensive part. Especially depending on what type of RAM you want. I mean, back in the day, it used to be DDR4, DDR3. Now it's DDR4, DDR5. So DDR5.
Like if I could get my,
Hey.
I wish my parents would get that come off of that old Dell tower that they have, because it's got I think it's got Millennium Edition on it, but it's amazing what you could slap into an old Dell tower.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could just buy you can buy a full tower computer and then just customize it from there, which is probably a cheaper way of doing it.
So what's up, Nita? What were you saying? I'm sorry.
I didn't say anything.
Would you like to say something?
Yeah, did you want? Something monsters.
Yes.
We were talking about like what we like about Halloween, Mando Merc.
I kind of like the atmosphere that everyone makes about it, but I don't celebrate it. So.
You don't celebrate it?
Nope.
Well,
I do. I will give out candy from time to time, but if I'm home.
Yeah, I
For me, it's just
understand
another.
that.
Halloween for me is just another day in the week. It's not nothing special about it.
Usually, I make sure I'm not home on Halloween.
Same here. My parents get in my nerves about Halloween.
But
Here every time.
because last couple years we've been to Halloween parties here last couple years, but as I said, it wasn't even really that big of a party. It's more like just a small gathering of friends that masqueraded as like a Halloween party.
Actually,
But
I think.
it's still, no matter how big or how small, it's still a Halloween party, right?
Yeah, everyone's dressed up and whatnot. Yeah, I think I can. Let me
Oh
know
yeah,
the,
just about everybody was dressed up.
is Splinter Cell sharing right now?
I think it is. Yes,
Good.
it is. Too bad you're not sharing audio.
Yeah. Well, I muted the audio for the game anyway, so. But that's cool. It works. I wanted to test that before Thursday. I got that PS2 emulator running, so now I'm just been playing it all freaking day.
I thought I heard a fucking PS2 boot up.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was me before. I was wondering if that came through.
Yeah, it kind of was.
It's essentially just
And then it was like,
the emulator.
and then all of a sudden it cut off.
I have a
I'm
full
like,
PS2
all right.
on PC now, and it's awesome. So I got
Nice.
I can put either some of my old PS2 games in here, discs, or I can get an ISO file that is pretty much like 4 gigs and run the game that way.
That's a beast. Speaking of PS2, do you have a favorite game that you love on PS2 besides what you just displayed? Splinter Cell.
Yeah, I was just playing Splinter Cell, but I usually that's a tough one. I used to play a lot. Pretty much, name a Spider-Man game, I probably played it for like 3 weeks straight without sleeping or anything.
Those Spider-Man games were
the movie games were superb. I know Spider-Man 3 was really bad on the 360, but on the PS2, it was a different game entirely. Same with Force Unleashed, because that was towards the end of the PS2's life, so they made different game that were weaker and less fun. Like for instance, the Xbox version of the 360 version of Wolverine, of X-Men Origins Wolverine Uncaged, was vastly superior and different to the PS2 version.
Yeah, I had.
It's not just 2 different games, but it feels like 2 different games.
X-Men Origins Wolverine for Xbox 360.
Yeah, if you get that game,
and it was totally different.
No.
I could agree with that. I wish I still had my old 360, but I traded it in to get a PS3, and
that feels like a downgrade. I mean, the PS3 had an overheating problem. A friend of mine had it, and we had to literally leave the room and stop playing just to let the console cool down, because the entire room heated up from it.
I had one. It was a refurbished one that I bought from eBay. It was an Xbox arcade, but I bought before it came. I got one of those 120 gigabyte hard drives for it,
Uh-huh.
and I played with that for a good, I think, 3 years before it finally red ringed. And then I bought the.
I still have my 360. I play all of my 360 games on it still.
Yeah, but that account that was before I found out about VPNs and firewalls and things. So I ended up getting
Yeah.
hacked and stuff.
Also, PCs. Playing on PC is just like, this is what I love about the emulator. It's essentially it's no different than playing in the PS2. The only real difference is I can turn up the resolution to 1080p and the frame rate's at 60, which is not something the original PS2 could do.
Oh, that's cool. So it has some upscaling to it.
Yep, and obviously I don't have to rely on memory cards for storage.
Oh,
remember those 60 megabyte memory cards?
Yes, I do. Thanks.
I must have a bin full of like 20 of them.
I had about 10 just for Champions of
I had about 10 just for
Norath and Champions Return to Arms alone.
And the rest were all just for like other games like Spider-Man or another shooter or something.
Because I played the crap out of Champions of Norath and Champions Return to Arms. Maybe you remember those?
Yeah.
Those were, I think, EverQuest's PlayStation spin-off games. And I love those with the top-down hack and slash kind of dungeon crawl kind of.
I like the more third-person action RPGs from time to time. While I'm playing Splinter Cell right now and getting shot at while I'm playing.
I'm surprised they got a Medieval remastered for the PS4. I was so excited.
I was playing Spider-Man the
about that
game, right? The Spider-Man game based on the original Raimi movie, and that thing holds up. The only complaint I have is that there is no there's no spider sense feature in the game except for scripted segments. So it's pretty much just your standard third person action RPG. But I mean, the gameplay is literally it's pretty much the Spider-Man 2000 game, but with better graphics, new textures, and obviously a different story. But the animations are identical, the combat's identical, and they added combos, which practically don't exist in gaming anymore, which is weird.
Yeah, whatever happened to those? Oh, they leave those to fighting games like Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter, and
right. Whereas they should be there with any combat game. Like I was playing the Avengers game for video, and it's got no combos, but it'd be perfect. But it's the type of game that would do really well if it had combos.
And I think that's what made the Arkham games really great. Loki's been playing those over again, and
yep.
And I just realized what actually made those great. It was the revolution of the Rocksteady's combat engine is what made those games really good.
Yeah, well, I still play Arkham Knight and Arkham City from time to time because they're so replayable, so much fun.
They are fun. They really are.
I mean, Arkham Knight's story is kind of crap, but at least the gameplay is really, really good. It's pretty much everything you loved from all the other Arkham games turns up to 11.
Yeah. I'm actually kind of excited for this Gotham Knights. I don't know about you.
optimistically skeptical.
Okay. Hey, explain.
I'm worried that it might be another live service type thing.
Who's putting it out?
But they could surprise us and it might actually be good. It looks good. The story definitely looks good, which is more than I can say for other games.
Okay, there was this one game that they put out. It was like it was like a team shooter, and I forget what it was called, but it seemed like it wasn't a Gotham game, but I can't remember what it was called. But it was in between the 360 and PlayStation 3 era, and before it went to PlayStation 4 and Xbox One.
What game is this?
It was kind of like a team shooter, but it had weird characters and loadouts. Like
PC Online?
no, it was more like a Call of Duty clone almost, but it had like weird looking characters like that almost looked like the Joker or something.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about, but I don't know the name of the game.
Yeah, I can't remember it either, but I played that for about a week or so, but then I think it started going like pay to play or pay to win, and I was like, yeah, get the heck out of here. Hello, Ad Franklin Doom. How you doing? Welcome. But those were. Why can't I remember that game? It was about the same time that Plants vs. Zombies came out with their Garden Warfare.
Oh, so like 2013 or so?
Yeah, around that time. Because everybody was coming out with like some type of Call of Duty clone. Or some kind of Call of Duty multiplayer clone.
Right.
Oh, hello, LDG. Yeah, everything seems to be fine.
I got myself wanting to play it.
Oh. And, oh crap, I can't remember what else.
I'm getting tired.
Speaking of Champions of Norath, do you happen to have that loaded on your
PC? No.
Your little emulator thingy there?
I only have like 5 games right now. Just because I prevent myself from getting every game ever, because then I won't be able to get Cyberpunk later this year. So I will just all the space being used up for PS2 games.
Oh, I know. Once Cyberpunk 2077 comes out, I'm probably going to have to go on a deleting spree on my PlayStation 4. I'm going to have to purge a few things. Because I know it's going to be well over 100 gigs. Buy Borderlands 3, which was a good game, but still.
Honestly, Nowadays, do you know a game that's that's less than 100 gigs?
No,
Because
but
I can name one, Doom Eternal, or not Doom Eternal, but Doom, 2016 one. But it's not
the
exactly.
original Doom wasn't that big. But
It's
Doom Eternal
68
was
gigs.
Doom Eternal. Was,
It's 68.
yeah, it is
Doom
68.
2016. It's a
Yeah,
lot, but it's not that much compared to the games now.
it's not no Red Dead Redemption 2 or
I'm playing a PS2 game that was 4 gigs.
back then. That was a lot.
That was a lot then, yes, but not anymore. And the problem also is they don't optimize the games because it's too expensive. That's why that you get 100 to 500 gig games.
I'm sure if they compressed them a lot, you could get them down. But
that's a big if.
that takes time. That takes time, don't it?
Time and money, which they don't want to spend, and they don't want to have. You want to get that product out now. Type of thing. So.
Maybe LDG could actually answer these questions. If you feel like coming up and answering this, like what would it take to actually compress a game? I know he's really into this technical stuff.
I'm more of a hardware guy, so I won't.
So I figure we could get an actual expert opinion on it. I hope he's actually still in the chat because it's funny. He should actually pop in where we're actually talking technical stuff.
What? Something happening the way it's supposed to? That doesn't seem right.
Well, they always say, well, I believe the Bible said the Lord will provide. Not exactly that, but not exactly in that text, but something around to that effect. So, Butterflies, what are you doing on your channel now?
Well, I don't know yet, but I know that I've been talking about good ideas, what I can do on my channel on there.
Oh. Is that what it is?
What?
Admiral posted a comment. Compression isn't the major issue. It is optimizing the code of the game itself.
He is correct.
The computers are so powerful.
Yeah, anyone can compress a file. I can compress a file. It's not that hard. You go just right click on the file, compress it, turn it into a zip. The problem isn't that because the problem
if I'm
doesn't take up 100 gigs.
Sorry, that was rude of me.
What were you saying, Butterflies?
I was saying that if I'm free tomorrow, I am thinking of doing a stream tomorrow and have open lines, and we could talk about anything on there as well. as it's not no bullying or anything, as long as we're talking about something on there. I can think of something we could talk about.
So basically the same rules I have here.
Yes, just about.
What I don't understand is why do you guys have two separate channels unless you plan on doing two very separate things?
We do have separate topics and things, but
Yeah, I'm doing different things than he is. I'm basically going to be talking about other things. He talks about other things too, but I'm going to be talking about what I'm going to do on my channel.
but she's into I don't know if you've heard of them. Have you heard of Reborn dolls?
No.
They're like ultra realistic looking dolls.
That's creepy.
I love doing them. I love collecting them.
She collects them, and now she's gotten into making them.
Yep.
Well,
I'm
when you say
also-
realistic, are they like Chucky type realistic, or are they even more realistic than that? Are they like animatronic realistic?
Like, no, they're not animatronic. Well, they can be. I mean, you could buy parts to make them have like heartbeats and cry and.
Yeah. No. How I do them is I paint them. I root hair. I put the eyelashes on. I put them together. It is a lot of work. It is not easy to make, but it is a lot of work.
Hold on a second. We got another one in the pneumatic tubes of you.
Hi!
Hello.
Hey, how's it going? How was that tube ride?
Oh, not really as better than the weapon skin that I just got on Killing Floor 2. Yeah, I might want to check your Discord, Darth. Yeah, you're gonna be pissed. Yeah, if not, you're gonna be pissed.
All right.
So anyway,
You got me curious.
well,
Go ahead, butterflies. Go.
Well, anyways, I'm thinking of doing tomorrow. I am doing open line, and we're going to be talking about the day that I'm going to probably show off my artwork. So we're going to be talking about hobby art and stuff like that, other stuff. I mean, we can talk about anything else if we want, but I really want to talk about my idea of my channel.
Well, Admiral, that's today. You know, even well, then again, yeah, a lot of the games, like I wouldn't say Doom is heavy. Like some games are released complete, but a lot of them are not. That is true. Like the whole thing of games as a service is a scam. It's pretty much here's half the game, and we'll charge you for the rest of it.
Oh, you finally got it.
Yeah.
You lucky bastard.
Yeah.
You know how hard I've been trying to get that fucking weapon skin, you bastard. Okay. I gotta state something. I've been playing this game since it first freaking came out, and he's the one that pulls that fucking. You lucky bastard, you.
I told you you were gonna be pissed.
You were kind of right.
Hello, Lady Mist. How are you? Yeah, today I'm happy.
Sorry,
There's nothing's gonna piss me off now. I'm sorry, Butterflies, but go ahead. Oh,
sorry. I'm gonna get off here.
oh, okay. Yeah, I'll join your stream, and I like to see some of your art. And I miss your art. You know, sometimes you would send it to me on Messenger. It's just you haven't been doing that lately.
Well, I'm gonna be talking about it. I'm not gonna be showing my art yet, but I'm just gonna be talking about my channel, how I'm gonna start doing it.
Well, I wouldn't go in half cocked. I'd at least know what you're talking about and then start talking about it. But
Yeah,
it was a nice test run from what I actually saw. I was watching part of the replay. I had like 2 tabs open. I was kind of watching that and I'm watching Drunk 3PO at the same time.
Of course. I missed your live open. I didn't get the notification from it for some reason.
Well, that's because
I'll be able to watch it.
that's probably because it really wasn't that long. I think it was only like an
an hour.
hour and 7 minutes. I didn't really stay on too long like I do at nighttime. I usually go at least a good 2 hours at night. I should try to push 2 hours for the early edition of Open Lines, but
Oh, by the way, Darth, the worst of it is that weapon skin. I actually acquired it when I was live just a few minutes ago.
Oh, so you can see
I
it.
went demolitionist on Nuked and lasted all the way to wave 21, I believe. So, bye, butterflies.
Bye, butterfly.
Later, butterflies. Thank you for coming up. It does sound good. Well, at least she always wanted her own channel anyway. So this is a step in the right direction for her.
Hold on a sec, guys.
So if I had a hat right now, it'd be off.
Ram.
Yeah, that's my boy.
Okay, I was about to say I heard a cat, but I don't see any in my room. Even though I know I have one.
That's my Midnight.
His name is Midnight?
Oh, this is starting to suck.
What is? What's going on?
You didn't hear the cat?
Yeah, I heard the cat. Oh, man. You know, Darth, that weapon skin, it's just, I knew it was going to be hard to find. I just, you know what, I've been wanting it for weeks, and I never even wanted it so bad up until a couple weeks ago. I just, you know what, all I needed just to complete every weapon skin, Vault Dodge, exceedingly rare Vault Dodge Dash, precious weapon skin for Commando. The only thing I needed was the Stoner 6A. And tonight, it's just, there it is. There it was.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't even hardly play Commando. The only time I even use Commando weapons is when I use the Survivalist class. But on that one, you could use any weapon and you could get experience. So,
I like Commando for a lot of reasons. When they go into Z times and you caused it, it'll actually last a little bit longer than the other Z times for many other perks.
It has a Z time extender on the perk.
So when you're at SWAT at level 25 and you have that perk where you have so many ammunition, and when you're at 25 and you have infinity ammo, yeah, guess who you want to have and put it in Z time to make it longer.
Oh, that's
So,
yeah. Having a commando with a SWAT is like absolutely insane.
mhm, 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 mhm.
And if you have a gunslinger with that crew, it's like 1, 2, 3 because they have the headshot Z time after a while with
Mhm.
the infinite where they don't have to reload, and the same with the SWAT. So it's like basically bullet hell.
Yeah.
And Meep's music and cover songs. Welcome. It's good to have you. I come in peace.
We come in peace. We are your friends.
Take us to your leader. Actually, speaking of which, a friend of mine told me something funny the other day.
What's that?
Man,
Aliens are the first Karens. Take me to your leader. If they want, because they want to see your manager.
That's funny.
Aliens are the first Karens.
What is my stoner 6 saying? Weapon skin put this conversation dead. I mean, what else can we talk? You know what? I'll bring up have you? What do you guys think of the movie The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen?
The movie or the original, like the book or whatever it is.
Either one.
The one with Sean Connery.
Yes.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. It's not the best thing in the world, but it was fun.
It's a fun movie, but wasn't that the movie that isn't that the movie that made Sean Connery retire?
Possibly.
Or was it the second League?
And now I'll be able to tell you because I don't remember what year that came out, but I know what year he retired.
You know what? That's most of the movie. That's mostly the reason why I want to watch The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Let me look up Sean Connery.
It's a fun, decent flick. It's just not a great movie, so bear that in mind.
I know
I
one
like
of those
the
League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Yeah, the movie's good, but it was such hell on set for Sean Connery for some reason that he just wanted to just completely quit acting and retire.
Well, he was old. Still is old.
Well, apparently he didn't retire. Well, as far as concerned, it's just he did voice, but his
voice
last,
acting is a lot
his
less,
definite, his last movie was The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. That was
that probably explains it though, just because voice acting is a lot less involved in terms of physicality, and that's probably what he was complaining about because he does a lot in that film in League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. He's
Granted,
moving around and,
Sean Connery's getting up there, so
the dude's like almost like 90 now, no?
I mean, we're gonna have to bubble wrap Sean Connery and Betty White just to make sure they survive another year. Or did Betty White finally kick it? Is there something that I don't know about?
Asking the wrong guy. I have no idea.
Hello, Google. Maybe our new person that we could put it on the pneumatic tubes of you could tell us that answer.
What answer? I didn't hear the question.
Oh, Rosetta. And
Does anyone else think that
And-
that transporting tunnel thing sounds like a car alarm going off?
Yes.
Thank you.
Almost.
no, actually, it's actually a replication of a pneumatic tube system.
Anyway, what's your stupid question?
My question is Betty White still alive?
Yes.
Yes. I could have answered that. I just didn't hear the question. But yes, she's still alive.
I'm going to make a smart-ass comment about how you're stupid. How she's saying you're stupid.
Oh, and by the way, guess what?
Stupid.
I finished the first version of the colors tonight.
Yeah.
Nice. That looks
Nice.
great. Hey, pull it up, Darth. Let's see it.
I'm
Make it a
trying
whole
to.
screen.
I'm trying.
He's trying to use his
Yeah.
brain. It's a little fuzzy right now because of the lighting, but
Man,
That
that
looks
does look
fantastic.
good.
so first version's done and starting on to finish up the second one. I usually would be here sooner, but it's Monday. Monday I perform with Anthony over on Dark Gifts.
So
I was
what
singing.
is what about again? Oh yeah, Betty White.
You brought it up. What about her? You were asking about if she was dead because we were talking about Sean Connery.
Okay, that's
Betty White and Sean Connery have been acting for quite a while.
well, Betty actually started in her youth as a bombshell, and she's in her freaking upper 90s now.
That's a what?
Born in 1922.
Mhm.
So technically, you're right around there,
Yeah.
around her 90s. In 2 years,
Yep.
she'll be 100. 2 years.
Now,
Can't she survive 2 years? I hope so.
I don't know. I mean, Kirk Douglas, before he passed away, actually hit 103. So there's that. But
True.
I have some news today.
And
First of all, I do have one more confirmed cover I'm doing for somebody else's comic, which I can't give you
Oh,
who yet, but it will be announced soon. And I am in the running for a few more jobs.
Nice. I finally got to sell one of my posters, and I'm
That's
happy.
that's
about it.
fantastic.
And
Nice.
then I was floating really high and my phone rings and I answered from my husband and found out he's in full lockdown quarantine because he was exposed to a hard case of COVID from helping clean up the city with.
That's
Which means another 2 weeks minimum before I can see him on top of the weeks we already had to wait.
how's he
Oh,
holding
no.
up? Is he okay?
He's okay,
be
but
fine.
again, because I'm not worried about his health. I'm worried about being away from him longer. Because that kind of sucks.
Yes,
Life
it
sucks.
does.
What can you do? You know.
I don't know, because sucking sounds fun right now.
Kirk
I
is
can't
in
stand this.
Meep.
Douglas, the one I
Kirk.
mentioned.
It's in like
Kirk
Captain
Douglas.
Kirk. It's in William
Grady
Shatner.
Grizzly Ladies and the other
I
shows.
mentioned Kirk Douglas.
Because what? He's what? 103.
He was 103 when he passed
Kirk,
away
yes,
recently.
Kirk. Oh,
We were talking about the ages there. I was saying he did actually hit 103 there before he passed. And actually, the first stroke he had was in his 40s. And he kept rebounding and actually getting healthy again. Inspiring man, right?
Mm.
So I need to
Oh.
finish this version now, and then I'll be starting on the other
Took
one.
him how many strokes? That man was a.
I don't know if any of you guys watch
He had
Psych.
2 of them.
He had more than 2. Do any of you guys watch Psych?
Play what?
Watch the show Psych.
Hold on a second.
Just only to make conversation. Why?
I used to watch Psych.
Well, because if you know much about the show, at the end of it here,
I used to.
a couple of years ago, they started doing the movies for it.
Like Columbo style?
But the reason it took them that long, when they ended the show planning to do a 6-movie series at the end of it, and it took them a few years to do the first movie there, and it took them almost 2 years to do the next one, over 2 years actually, is because Timothy, the one who played Lassie, had a massive stroke right after the show ended.
No.
And he has serious medical complications from it. So he was barely briefly on camera on a little
All right,
phone
and we
in the
got
first
another
movie.
one.
Okay, one sec. I'll finish when you're done.
All right.
Maybe if it wants to work. Now I'm getting all my email notifications all at once, and now it just tells.
So, what I was saying on that one though is, so he had the stroke and stuff, and so for the first movie, he was briefly on a phone, and that's the only time he was on. It was a little phone's camera, and even then, you could see that half of his face was barely working, and you could hear the slur from the stroke. The second movie they just put out a few weeks ago, and the whole movie was a tribute to him overcoming severe medical trauma and stuff, and built up to honor the actor.
Nice.
Oh,
And
that's
they actually
cool.
had it, and they actually had it as Lassie Come Home, and it was all about trying to bring him back to the fold of the group with his medical issues.
What was that Kirk Douglas you're on about, Rosa, sir?
Now we're dealing with Timothy from, but there's a couple things I really like about Timothy from Psych. One, that, you know, he kept working after going through the stroke and wanted to come back to be with them more. To those who watched it, you remember Yin Yang?
Yeah.
I've never
The
heard
serial
that.
killer series.
Vaguely.
Alison Cowley, the main villain that turned out to be the one that was basically overthrowing the originals to become the new Yin Yang,
Oh, okay.
was named after Timothy's wife. His wife is actually Alison Cowley.
Huh.
So they named the serial killer after his wife.
What, like as in
Interesting.
Alistair Crowley?
Mm-hmm. But
There's probably a reference to
my
Aleister Crowley there somewhere. I'm pretty
my
sure.
favorite line in the newest movie they just released on it. Literally, you didn't even get to the opening credits of this movie before he's looking at before Sean's looking at Gus going, "Don't be the night your dad fell asleep inside your mom."
Oh,
Colorful.
Anyway.
And me and my husband, as soon as he said that, we're both like, "Wow."
I didn't realise Kirk Douglas had a stroke in his 40s. I was aware of the one he had in his 80s.
There was an interview I watched way back when I was young where he said he actually had strokes in his middle age and youth. He just didn't talk to people about them. And that was when he was talking about the one he was overcoming in his 60s, back when he was doing things like Greedy and stuff in the early 90s.
Yeah, because I've had TIAs, like they're like little mini strokes, but it's like nothing to write home about. But it's like something that concerns me that could happen to me one day on a bigger scale.
But that's what got me about Timothy is because anybody who watched Psych knows. Yeah, they ended it a few years ago. He's in it. He's middle aged. He's in his 40s, and he had massive damage done by this, and it just kind of sucked to see it go through. And he went through a lot medically.
Yeah, I've read a lot about dimethyl sulfoxide, otherwise known as DMSO, and apparently, from the research I've read, that people should have some of it on hand in case people have a stroke, because it's what's known as a chelator, but it will also break the clot down pretty rapidly. DMSO.
Mm-hmm.
Good to
Well,
know.
Darth, I'm going to eat now.
Take care, Nina, hon.
Later,
Okay.
Nina.
Take care, Nina.
Enjoy
Okay,
Good to
bye.
hear from you.
Enjoy your subs.
Oh, I will.
Look after yourself, Nina.
I will. You too.
I like your little cat picture, by the way. But she went.
What?
So, how's meat tonight?
I'm okay. I was on my friend Dean's channel for a couple of hours, and we were like probably off world. We were like on a different planet, all of us. But then he decided to go to bed, so like
And now you're here.
I'm here. I started looking for somewhere else where I could like occupy myself. So this just goes
When you said occupy yourself, I was trying so hard not to say half the things I thought of, so I was like biting my lip. Sorry.
Oh no, but I can't help it. It's just like because I have to be somewhere, don't I? So we're going to be somewhere. I need to be somewhere where like people at least that I kind of hopefully get on with. I think.
I'm just trying to figure out how I'm going to deal with an extra 2 weeks without my husband.
I know I was thinking about that, and I'm sorry to hear that, but it's.
We were working so hard to try to plan it out so we could see each other either this weekend or next and actually have a little one-on-one time to help me deal with the separation. I needed that one-on-one time. And yes,
See,
that is euphemism.
Sorry, go on. I was gonna like interject, but I'm like something.
And yes, it was
Billy-
a euphemism. Don't worry.
All right.
That's actually putting it lightly compared to how she usually puts it.
Let me put it to you this way. Do you know what happens to a woman when she hits her mid-30s?
I'm 57. I'm not a woman, so I don't know.
It's called the female sexual peak, and basically it's when the woman's body decides that it needs to have more babies before menopause.
They turn into nymphomaniacs, I remember though.
Basically, because it decides you need to have more babies before menopause. So every hormone in your body that has those desires and that key amps up about 3 times stronger than normal.
Yeah. Well,
what would this?
And that's where.
What would this do to somebody who's a nympho normally?
Exactly. That's what I was trying to say.
I needed my time.
It's like a nympho on steroids, and like according to the biological age. It's like, oh my god, get me out of here.
I need my husband time.
I was going to say something then, but I can't because I'll get arrested. So I'm like going to shut up.
2 weeks already without any is enough at this age.
2 weeks. Try 8 years.
As long as.
Yeah, well,
I have a rule here. As long as you're not like directly cussing somebody out, I don't really give a shit.
I'm at the point right now I could suck his zipper open.
You got me confused with other channels and other shows.
Is that better though? Was that more blunt?
Well,
That was definitely more blunt. That was like as blunt as like.
You disappointed or glad that I'm currently playing a video game and not
I-
looking at the screen?
I've definitely got images in my head of somebody sucking a zip rope.
I mean, I've been single since 1987, but at the moment I'm feeling sexually woken up. So that's all I can say.
Hoster from a freaking
Amanda's like, you have no power here.
Hoster from a freaking distance, not up close. There you go. Ugh.
If a woman could suck that much, I swear, where can I meet her, please? If anybody finds out the answer to that question, I'd be so happy. I like to meet a woman that I'd actually be able to do that.
I don't know any single women like that. I just know me and Jesse are like that.
Well, I was talking to my friend Laura, and she was talking about having a very powerful suction when she kisses people. And I said I wear a top denture, and she said, "I'm not talking about your mouth." I didn't know what to say after that.
Say, prove it. I mean,
The thing is, she's dropped dead gorgeous, and like, I can't say anymore.
You need to have either a lot of balls or a lot.
Rosetta, you're in my mind because that's exactly what I would have said. Prove it.
She kind of likes me.
say, prove it.
I don't want to because she scares the hell out of me.
That's the best sex.
So then why do you want her anywhere near you?
I don't. She doesn't even live anywhere near me, and that's like the thing that I'm quite happy about because she's like somewhere like a long way away from me. But even though she's in the same country as me, which kind of disturbs me.
We're not nasty fucks, butterflies. We're just men.
I'm the nasty one, and that's because I'm middle-aged and horny.
We know, butterflies.
That reminds me of.
Wait, this is Butterfly saying this? Isn't she the same person that got turned on by a
So
poster that night? So double standard, maybe.
Butterflies. He's got a point.
Just a little bit. Of
Oh my god!
double
I
standard there,
forgot
think.
Butterfly was here because she's so young and innocent.
Yeah,
and
she
I'm like,
did.
I'm speaking in like adult terms here, but she's like a young lady, and I'm thinking, oh my god, I shouldn't have done that. Because I was like talking to Butterfly in her room before, because she did her first live stream and she did very well.
She's
in that,
not.
but-
Trust me, she's not as innocent as she.
You can't destroy my dreams. I'm quite happy
Yeah.
to live with them, so I refuse to accept that.
Trust me, she's not as innocent as she appears.
Well, I don't feel quite so bad now, so I'm quite happy about that.
Yeah, because you really felt bad before, I'm sure.
It's like a good magic trick. Things are
I felt
not
like-
always as they seem.
I didn't know whether it felt bad or good. I was like, I shouldn't even say that. I'm going to be arrested again, aren't I?
All right, wasn't that an Obi-Wan?
See, this is what I.
So.
No. Trust me.
Go on,
she's-
say it. Go on.
she's
say
well
it,
of
say it.
age.
But she always, well, I conceived in my mind she was a very young person, so I was being like really respectful in her room and all that. And
That's the thing you need to do when you're in her room. Just be respectful. Just
I was like being like old father time, respectful.
well, guys, I got another topic. What do you guys think of Richard Roxbury?
I'm glad you started that topic. I don't know him.
Butterfly, quit saying 26 like it's that old. You're going to make me feel very old if you say it that way.
26 is all right. I feel a lot better now.
She just
And
said
how come
20
I don't feel like it? 26.
She just said that I'm not that young. I'm 26. Well, I'm going to be 37 here soon. So
I'm 38. I'm about to turn 38 this November.
I'll probably be dead in 15 years time because I'm 57 now, so I'll be lucky if I last.
I
So
was kind of expecting you to say after I'll be dead. I expect to be dead in 15 years, and I'm only 30. No.
No. I'll probably want to be one of these twats that go until I'm about 100 or something. And I'll be
Butterflies, despite of what you feel or what you think, 26
I'm surprised I lived past
young.
25.
Okay.
Butterfly has got a really imaginative man about, and I'm trying to be sensible here. She's got a wonderful imagination. As a storyteller. She did her first live stream tonight, and I don't know whether anyone clocked it. I clocked it by accident because the notification came up just as she did it, and she was being very brave because she never did it before. So maybe people might want to go there and give us some support.
Meep, she's a dungeon master, so she gets very, very creative.
I know, but even dungeon masters need support.
I don't doubt that. Darth usually needs support too.
The last time I wanted support, I was so lonely that I welcomed a lonely troll that came into my room. It's like my antivirus when it stopped working, and this virus came in and said, "Hi there." That was a bit abstracty. Look at Rosetta's face.
Rosetta, what's wrong?
She's thinking, "Oh my God, what's he on about?"
For starters, she's in a room with all of us, so that's the first problem. Second is
Help me.
That's help me. That's the ending of the Fly, Rosetta.
No, Rosetta, what's wrong? What's wrong, honey?
Man.
I thought she was joking. I do apologize. I know she's being serious.
I don't like being without him.
Yeah, I think she is. Oh, hey. How you doing there, Meep?
I'm all right, but I'm my picture was focused on the screen, but that was 1914. I'm looking well for me age. That was 2014. I kind of look the same way now, but maybe a little bit different. I was just a bit
hello,
perplexed to see. Thank you to see myself. Oh, Butterfly's here.
Welcome back, Butterflies.
Hi, Butterfly.
Hello.
Rosetta, I feel you. Believe me, my ex, I was in love with her for 11 years, and we've been together for that. Technically, in this state by law, we were married without a marriage license to prove it. I didn't even know about that. I know exactly how you feel. Just being away from my ex back then, I just didn't know what to do. I needed her so much. But she had to go away to go see her grandmother in Michigan. So 2 weeks without her, I feel you, Rosetta. I really do.
He takes care of everything for me. He takes care of me.
You're just gonna have to
It's hard, but
just
you'll
hang
have
on
to get through
I
it.
will pray for you in your hobby, definitely. I know you're going through a tough time. I know how that is.
I don't like being without him.
I know.
I feel you. I really do.
I'm not trying to whine. I've been trying to be strong.
This
all
fucking
day.
virus is pissing me off. It really is. But you know what? I don't know what to do. I just wish that, as much as the autism that I have, I wish I was a a scientist or anything. Just to create a vaccine for this shit is ridiculous. I mean, I feel you, Rosetta, and just, you know what? There ain't nobody that could do anything better, and I know I could probably do better. But it's just up here in my mind. I know.
We've been without him a couple weeks. It's going to be a few weeks once he's done dealing with this for him to finish all the work he has to deal with for the stupid house repairs outside because they don't want him outside.
Is part of your concern, Rosetta, that you think he might be infected?
No, I don't think there's any issue with his health, even if he does get it.
All right.
He's not. I'm the one that's immune compromised, which is why he's really worried now that he's been exposed to not come near me.
Why are you immune compromised? Was it like some kind of operation you had or some procedure?
No. I've had medical issues my whole life.
All right.
Yeah, I had really nasty reaction to getting immunizations because apparently my body didn't have the functions to actually use them. And I'm allergic to pretty much every filler they use in them.
That's autoimmune, really, in its nature, what you're talking about.
It sucks.
In a way.
Autoimmune's a pretty serious and nasty business.
It's like everything's... Go on, sorry.
It's just... I want to be with them.
The problem is it can also lead to a bunch of other disorders, so... if not treated correctly or in time.
You can train the immune system to recorrect itself.
Oh, and not to mention that certain autoimmune diseases actually have your immune system attacking your organs. So,
Trust
well, that's it.
With my medical issues, there's nothing we can do to train things back. We're doing good just to keep me alive most of the time.
Yeah, I know so. If you want more information, just contact me on my channel, Rosetta, because it's...
Which that's the other part of this whole situation. I have got a lot of medical and mental issues, and he's the one that takes care of me through them.
I know of substances that strip viruses of their electron surrounding and explodes bacteria biologically on a cellular level, but it's something I don't want to talk about right now.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, I can't because it's also like a political storm every time.
That's not.
It also charges cell mitochondria because it's got an electron voltage level of 0.37 volts, which is perfect for cell mitochondria.
Let's not get into any political storms right
now.
No,
I don't, because there will always be someone in the background who will disagree with me, and that's what I'm trying not to do. But that's why I said just contact me if you need to. It's not that I'm trying to withhold information to other people. I've been down this road many times during times of high emotion levels that's going on at the moment, and it would never work. I know it wouldn't. That's why I won't do it.
I've been trying all day just to focus on all the new work and all the positive stuff and performing with Anthony and all that stuff, and I thought I was doing fine with it, and I guess stopping all the music and all that just pulled me back down.
Well, you did a great job with your picture.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Because the last time I saw it,
you know, Rosetta, I know you just don't want to hear this, but just keep yourself occupied for the next 2 weeks. But I promise you, as soon as he comes back, you're going to be so happy. Believe me.
2 weeks on
just don't think about it. Just don't think about it. You know,
it's 2 weeks on top of the time he already had to be doing other stuff, and that's if he doesn't have it and it has to go longer. That means adding in a couple weeks to what was already going on, I'm not going to see him till October.
Well, I'm sorry, but worrying about it is just not going to help. It's just you just got to go along through it. I know you just. Believe me, I didn't want to hear anybody saying that it's just going to get better. But you know what? After the 2 weeks, when my girlfriend came back, I was happy as hell, and it was worth the wait. Just means that the love is just 2 times as high or higher.
Hot's a better word.
My wife came back, and that like really upset me. No, that's a joke, by the way.
Oh, I have a really off-color joke about that. If you guys want to hear it, otherwise,
Go on.
Yeah, please shed some light.
So it's essentially this guy had a neighbor, and he had to remind the guy every morning that it's like he would ask the neighbor every morning, like this 90-year-old guy. He'd ask him, "Where's his wife?" And every morning, the neighbor had to remind him his wife is dead. And
oh my God. Go on,
the neighbor, like, I thought about moving, or doing this or doing that, but the smile on his face every day just makes it worth it.
Mando, let me tell you something. I used to be a nurse. I used to look after people, whether it was in residential homes, nursing homes, or in private care, like individual isolation, living with people one-to-one in their homes. And the last nursing job I did was with somebody called Mr. Francis Auden D. Shapland. And he was 88 years old when I started to look after him. And this was in a place called Countess Ware in Exeter in the UK, which is southwest of England. And the room I was allocated because I used to look after him 5 days a week, and I used to get 2 days off, and like people used to fill in for me. And every night he would walk into the room, because the bedroom that I was allocated I didn't realize at the time when I started the job that was him and his wife's bedroom. And he used to go in there and say, "Have you seen my wife?" And I'd like wake up from slumber and try to explain to him what had happened to his wife. She died basically 10 years before. He had Alzheimer's disease.
Oh, so where I just had a funny joke, you actually experienced it.
I know, and that's why I said, "Oh my God," like in the background. And so in the end, like, for the first 6 months, he'd come in and ask me where my wife was, and I'd wake up, and do you know when you're half awake and half asleep? In the end, it was like 18 months later, 1.5 years later, and he'd come in, and I was like, so by that time I was suffering from sleep exhaustion, and he come in and he said, "Have you seen my wife?" And I went, "She's dead, Mr. Shapland." And he went, "Well, nobody told me." And that's the God honest truth.
Oh, that's horrible. That really is horrible.
I lived through that. I lived through that.
You don't have to. It's just, it's just. It is awful.
Do you know, like 1.5 years into that, every single night you get to the point where you just like completely just go, "Oh my God."
Yeah, yeah. Yes.
It was called Anne Shapland. And I told her, and she said, "Well, you lasted a long time."
It ain't right, but we all laughed at it.
Yeah. But what that taught me was that obviously his heart was broken, because I worked this out afterwards. His heart was broken at the time his wife had died, and even though he had problems with his memory because of his Alzheimer's disease, the heart can only be broken once, and then you get over it. Well, to a degree, lesser or more serious. And the point is, his intellectual mind is suddenly comprehended, but like his mind wasn't. His heart and his mind were two different things. And when I told him, his heart had already been broken, so it didn't impact him twice. And that's why he just like comprehended it. And that's why he said, because he was like a very, very comical person in his day. He suddenly come out with something like that. Nobody told me. I was like, it's kind of like that song "Memories" are made of this. Even though Alzheimer's patients don't really have a lot of memories that we know of. But his daughter was amused. So, Rosetta, I hope you. I don't know what to say to you.
I don't know either. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. It's just, I know what you're feeling. Just. I feel sad. The way that you feel sad, I just don't know what to say to cheer you up. It's just, this is rough. Just,
can't you put in a complaint or something? I don't think that helped.
To what? The president? Just.
Who's there to put a complaint in?
I know if I was next to Rosetta
serious.
right now, she'd probably deck me around about I'm on about like a fistful of fivers. I can't say anymore. No, you're fine, Rosetta. I'm just trying to do something that might break the ice, like from what's going on inside your little heart at the moment.
I can make ice puns. No one wants that.
It's not my heart, right? It's right.
That would be ice.
Can I be really, really blunt here a sec? It's not my fucking heart right now that's aching.
I thought it would be because, like, when you really miss someone, that goes on with inside your heart, not your head. It's like nobody ever thinks in their head, "Oh, I missed that person." It's like this.
Oh no, you're not getting it.
I totally get the point. She's
it's
talking.
not fun.
She's talking about missing him with her naughty box.
Oh,
Naughty box.
Finally, we got the smile on Rosetta.
There we go.
You just
Yeah.
can't you just use like a vibrator or something until he comes back then? Because I understand that. Well, that seems to be like the logical conclusion. Then, like, if you're not actually missing somebody with your mind and all that, like maybe a little bit, but I'm like,
Wait a minute.
I'm trying not to get myself in trouble here. But I'll wait a minute.
Okay,
And I'll be
okay.
quiet now.
Let me give
You're
you
not
a few
doing a
clues
very
here.
good job.
I'll give you a few clues here. First of all, I have
I might be in
Despite-
trouble here.
despite how vulgar I am, I've never self-pleasured.
What?
What?
It might be a good time to start because 2 weeks is a long time.
Over a month. That's beside the point here. I don't have anything like that here with me because the only ones that we have are for him to use on me. And
eBay is your friend.
I can't
Oh my
just
gosh,
get,
I'm not hearing it.
please explain. I can't just order something or go to a store because all mail goes through my freaking parents, and they're the only ones with a car here right now. He has my car. I'm in the middle of the freaking mountains.
Do you have a PayPal thing on you?
It'll have to be mailed to my parents to get to me here.
Oh,
I'm in their house.
I'm like perplexed at the moment. I'm trying to think of a response to this, but I actually am.
Rosetta, I don't blame you. I live in my parents' house in my age, but it's only because of my autism. But they're trying to help me to get into a new place. It's just living here. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare.
That's the thing is I don't live here. I'm staying here.
There's
I know.
openings.
Nothing feels damage, but
That's the way
There's
that I
actually-
feel right now. It's-
because this freaking room here where I'm sitting, the wall behind this computer is their fucking bedroom.
I know that feeling.
They're not trying too hard, Taker, because there's actually apartments open a couple doors down from me. No shit.
Call the number, ask them what their rates and how much their rent and what does it cover.
Just play
Because
the
you know what?
Madonna song.
I'll take anything at this point, just to get the fuck out of this house. I really do.
So that's the situation here. The thing is that out of my parents' kids, I'm actually the one that moved out the youngest. So I've been on my own or with my husband since I was 17.
Oh,
Damn.
that explains a lot.
I'm not qualified to add to this, Simone, because I'm too old. I'm like beyond my years, so it's like
Right after I turned 17.
Seriously, Darth, you're really gonna make this stream go for 8 hours? How can anybody survive 8 hours on here?
I'm not worried about
Are you kidding?
viewers. I'm worried
I've
about
done 16-hour on my channel. And I've done 48-hour with Amy on hers.
It's
Good
really,
enough.
it can't be that hard.
the longest
No,
I've
that's
ever
what you have
gone.
to do is just talk.
The longest I've
Speak
ever gone is
In Rosetta's case, he better
I'll be
be
quiet
hard
later.
like freaking steel.
Oh, he will be
Once they
with my
finally
husband.
meet.
Well, the way that she's upset with her about her husband, I guarantee you'll probably just stay out the whole damn night.
Let me put it to you this way.
Otherwise,
By the
it's
time
going to be like one of those songs I just It's
By
going to be
time-
like one of those songs I just listened to.
Darth, shut up.
You to death.
I was going to say, since you made that comment, he better be. No. He will be by the time I'm done with him.
No.
The Lord gave me TNA and a mouth for a reason. Thank you. I have been with my husband, married over 14 years. Since we started dating in college, it's been over 17.
Anyway, they say
Wow.
she comes on the pale horse, but I'm sure I hear a train coming in about 2 weeks' time.
I mean, this cleanup, does he do this for a living, or
No,
what does he
this-
do for a living?
What's avionic engineer?
Nice.
This was him trying to help out the inner city
Show
because
him
most
the
of
wreckage.
it's been trashed. Oh Lord. Well, let's see. Let's go to the. Where did I put that freaking video? Because I took it off my pin.
I don't think he's seen it.
Yeah.
Here, I'm going to bigify you so you can.
I'm looking
wait.
for that freaking video. One
You're
sec.
going to probably share screen. I'll wait for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's got video footage of the storm.
Well, I didn't take the video footage from people in the city. There's still whole parts of the city that have no power because it destroyed almost all the freaking power lines.
That's sad.
Not to mention pushed a tree onto your house.
Between the houses, on my driveway, on my backyard, there were 3 major trees that hit, but my house itself is at least still standing. This is not that far from where I live. This is when the core of the storm hit. One sec here.
When was this, Rosetta?
A few weeks ago.
All right.
Jesus.
That's serious, isn't it?
Watch
The
that
storm
tree.
was serious.
Oof.
Well, that I don't doubt. Some of those winds came up through here that it snapped a tree in two and landed on somebody else's yard.
There's almost no trees left in my entire city.
I don't doubt that. It's just
They're saying
those are really, really
over
strong
70%
winds.
of the trees are completely destroyed. Over 70% are completely destroyed. Over 90% have at least half of the tree or the whole tree gone.
We had winds like that in the UK, and go on.
Well, at least you have some firewood.
Probably far
Oh,
away.
I'm going to turn the wood in the back. We're going to turn the wood in the backyard into some of my projects for my artwork. That's not a question. But
we had
there's a few
winds like that.
here. There goes the
Sorry.
tree about to hit the car.
Jeez.
And it hit the car.
Pause that. Pause it. Pause
That
it.
takes some
if you can.
vigilance when your life's in danger like that to actually film something like that.
It's a rigged one. Some of the idiots were dumb enough to film it out their windows. This one's a rigged one.
Does anybody see that?
See what?
It's kind of hard
It
for me to see
almost
anything.
looks like there's a shadowy man in the distance.
Probably is.
There's other ones too. There's a whole bunch of different videos. I've got pictures.
I don't think it'd be a man in that storm.
Side
Holy
of my
shit.
side of my husband's workplace.
Something about that just
The building there was completely crushed in. You could just see the metal and just twisted together like putty. They're saying there wasn't a single property in the city that didn't have damage, that many were devastated severely, and a whole bunch were destroyed. The city's a metro area of about 250,000.
What was that, like a Cat 9 or something?
Well, basically, it was the equivalent of something.
Category 4, I think.
It was the equivalent of category 4 to 5 hitting in the middle of the country where the plants in the area aren't designed for it. Out of the blue without warning.
I'm trying to relate it to Katrina, you see.
And that was the thing, is this hit so fast and out of the blue. Nobody had time to wrap stuff up, try to keep things from breaking, nothing. This isn't like tropical trees that are designed for high winds to hit them often. And the torrential rain at the end of it just absolutely tore the land up, and a lot of the trees that didn't blow over just started falling over.
The only thing that I can remember on that scale is in 1987, and I lifted up the bonnet of my car, and the wind was so strong, it ripped the bonnet off its hinges, an old Austin Morris minor car, and the bonnet like went flying off into the distance like a scene from The Wizard of Oz when a house took off the ground.
What got me about this storm, and you have a wind that was sustained at about just under 100 miles an hour with gusts that broke all their systems. The highest they recorded before they broke was 127. So you're talking some serious freaking wind and damage here. There were mixed tornadoes in it. There was a torrential, almost tropical level rain at the end of it. I do morning drives and hikes for my photography work, usually. This storm was not predicted. There was nothing. Nobody knew it was coming. It just suddenly formed and hit the state. And it hit, and it went across the entire state in less than an hour and a half. And so I was not at the house that morning. And usually when I go do my drives and my morning work, I'm gone till about 2 p.m. out in the middle of the nowhere woods. I'm out driving off to one of my places, and I kind of feel like I hear this voice saying, "Go home." Okay. I go home. I get there just before noon. I got there in time to come in, sit down, start to get something, and hear the weather alarms start going off. It literally hit that fast and darkened that fast. He grabbed the cats, and by the time we got to the door to head downstairs, there was no power in the house. By the time we got into the basement, using our freaking phones as flashlights, you heard the boom and felt the house shake when the neighbor's tree fell, hit their house, and then wedged between our houses.
Wow.
Jeez.
So I was almost out in the middle of it.
Well, what we had in 1987 wasn't as severe, but I was in a multi-story block at the time, 10 floors up, so it was like... it was the same kind of equation as the wind chill factor. It was
Mhm.
personified.
I've been in 120 plus weather. I've been in negative 50s. I've been through floods. I've been through fires.
But nothing like that.
I've been through tornadoes. I've never seen that clean cut, that pure of everything damaged and destroyed for such a wide swath ever anywhere in my life.
That's like something from the book of Job.
Nobody can even predict these things. They can't. They can't predict these things. It's just even with tornadoes.
Felt like the freaking finger of God just came through and just crushed the area.
That's why I said
Yeah.
it's like something from the book of Job, but like the
And the thing
windstorm
is,
came from nowhere.
when I talk about things I've seen like this, in 2008, we had almost $2 billion in damage done downtown in that city from the river flooding almost 33 feet above normal level. That flood was nothing damage-wise around it compared to what this storm did. And this storm did it not for a few miles each direction from the river, but for an almost 80-mile wide swath. Just straight across the state. And there was massive damage on the other sides, but that core within that 80-ish miles was almost completely obliterated.
Wow.
It was
This storm was this storm was just not what we wanted and never could even imagine that it could
Wait a
even
minute.
intensify the virus. Is
I
what I think happened.
I think wanted is the wrong word. Nobody really wants a storm.
Yeah.
Of that magnitude.
You know what? It's especially during this pandemic. I mean, even after a thunderstorm, it just
the whole city is destroyed. The whole city's on it listed as an official disaster and on lockdown. But that also means everybody's out trying to work on the city during the daytime together. And so it's making safety a lot worse. The whole air in the area is full of mold and other stuff. So it is absolutely insane.
Do you know what they used in Hurricane Katrina to get rid of the mold? It was something called chlorine dioxide.
Yeah, that's...
If you want to come up,
that's got other issues too. It's not better for the people.
If you want to come up, Mad Mardigan, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah, hey, Mad Mardigan.
But
it's related to hydrogen peroxide.
I know. Trust me, with breathing problems, neither is good for you. But the thing I'm getting at here is, I've never seen anything like this. But so they have to work together for this. They have to, because they haven't even. The city's almost 2 weeks behind the projected cleanup already because there's so much more damage than they even thought at the beginning. And so he's still got to deal with all the property stuff once he's allowed out of the house again. You know?
Yeah. Chlorine dioxide was around in the 1920s and it used to be called stabilized oxygen back then.
I know what it is. It still reacts to people with breathing problems. Even hydrogen peroxide does, yes.
Yeah, all right.
I know it's better than completely taking over the mold. It's not good for them either way.
Because I know like too much oxygen is bad for you, but I also think of the fact like the mold spores are like even worse for you.
But again, they don't even have a chance to get to that point at this moment.
Yeah,
everything's trashed. They're using everybody that's still in the city is working on trying to fix things. It's
a lot worse because of the virus. It just even after a storm, it intensified because anything from a virus, I mean, even after a thunderstorm, it intensifies like more times. You probably will get a lot more cases of people getting COVID-19. So even in the fact whether he was infected, your husband was infected or not, if he goes outside again. Even after 4 weeks, it'll still be intensified. So, chances are,
more people are out there. More people have to work on the damage. Therefore, more people are in the same location. It's just the situation.
So,
I'll be back in a minute. I'm just going to grab some food.
It's crazy though.
A little ridiculous considering how it's like, okay, you can go and riot in the streets and be, nuts to butts with each other, but if you go to church or shul or whatever, any religious
All right.
gathering, it has to be like 15 people or 50 people. Like there's a limit to like, how many people. Where it doesn't matter if it's a crowd rioting causing mayhem.
We have a politician that lives along my normal daily route. That's one of the ones that runs the state that I live in. He's the one that wanted everyone under full military style lockdown from the beginning.
Fun.
But every time you go by his freaking house, he has 15 to 20 cars and a bunch of people hanging out.
What an
And
idiot.
And this little fuckwit is also the one that likes to be almost flat out threatening to my husband on Facebook all the time because he's always bitching at him. And this is a state politician doing this. Is it wrong when I drove by his house and saw that the freaking sports car he just got was crushed under the tree that fell? I was laughing.
No.
Because this was part of my daily drive. I go by that house every day, and I guarantee you, every single day I'm driving by his security camera flipping him off. So I'm sure he would recognize me by this point. And yeah, he's one of the two people that runs the state.
I hate politics. I hate politicians.
Down,
every politician is never going to be on my side.
Me and
or
my
anybody
husband,
else's for that matter.
Me and my husband hate both sides of the political aisle. That's absolutely true there. But my husband's very logical, analytical. And so when he when this politician started posting certain things about environment, renewable powers and stuff like this, my husband would go on and correct his science and correct his knowledge on engineering and technology in excruciating pinpoint engineering detail. He doesn't like my husband very much.
Good.
And he said there, the first time my husband did this, he responds back to him, "Oh, what would you know about renewable power and solar?" And it's like, before smartphones, before apps, the whole smartphone boom in 2010.
Yeah, around there.
Before that, before all these apps, before phones had those functions, my husband was honored by the freaking state government helping design the technology that could take a freaking flip phone and run solar systems for the schools.
Yeah,
Damn.
that was.
So this guy makes the crack. What do you know about solar? And my husband starts correcting on that and says, "You better look up the news articles from this, and starts giving him the dates. And furthermore, it tags me into it and goes, "My wife could educate you on this because she was our technical writer who helped me go through all the documents and get it right." And I'm sitting there going, "Oh, Lord." But I laughed so hard at that. And we'll be back. My mom needs to talk to me and figure out what we're doing tomorrow.
Okay.
So I'll be back in soon.
Okie dokie.
Mwah.
Okay. Okay. We'll think of something. So, all this. Yeah, I was going to mention that we had stuff like that. We've had floods but not to that magnitude. We've had floods. We've had blizzards.
There was the big time blizzard that we had in 95 to 96. And by the time that blizzard that was over here, that when it was over, my whole grandmother's yard was like a damn river. Just all the way from the road just to come to my grandmother's house, all the way down and just on the side yard, just across from her garage. It just All you saw was a big, gigantic puddle going all the way over to the creek. But there was no creek. There was nothing. Just water.
But
Just
there was a.
water.
But yeah, by the time, wasn't it so high that people were digging tunnels to houses?
I don't know what they did to be able to get rid of that river. It took like what, a couple,
No, I was
maybe
talking. I was talking
4
about.
weeks
I was
to get
talking
that
about
water
the
down.
snow. I was talking
The
about just
snow.
the snow. Yeah, the
Oh
snow
dear
was so
God,
bad.
we hit like what, 5 to 6 to 10, at least what,
Last time we've had
5 feet of snow. It had to be just like that. I got stuck. I got stuck at my grandmother's for like
I'll leave it at that.
for the whole month of January, I think.
Just out of transparency, I'm
man.
back. By the way, I'm just listening in the background. I'm eating.
Okay, Mando.
You were
What
gone?
were you saying, brother?
I was saying that I think the last time we had like really deep snow where you were able to dig a tunnel was like 2015 or 14. So
Yeah, that was.
snow is usually not that bad here. So like it'll be deep, but it's not going to be like 6 feet, maybe a foot or two normally.
Yeah.
Man, when that snowstorm hit, it's just.
Speaking of,
It was just right after Christmas.
Season-
I think then it just got worse, and my mother couldn't do anything about it. She just didn't know that this blizzard was going to be so worse that she couldn't even drive out to come and get me. So I ended up being stuck for a month with my grandmother, which I didn't mind. Like, okay.
It depends which of my grandmothers.
No.
For me, like, yeah, fine. And
Oh,
then-
I love my grandmother. God bless her soul. But
It's not that like she's crazy or anything. It's just we drive each other nuts. Like we'd both be sick of it by like day 4, easily.
I love my grandmother.
And
No,
we
I
have
love
another
my
one.
grandmother's, but I'm just.
I know you
Hold
do.
on a
Motherfucker.
second.
We drive each other crazy sometimes, so that's why I'm saying like, oh no, we drive each other nuts before we can make it.
We gotta pull out another one.
Oh, that was epic.
And hello,
And
man.
Madigan.
How you
Hey.
doing, man?
Doing good, doing good.
Welcome. How
Yeah,
was
thanks
that
for having
ride?
me.
How was that ride through the pneumatic tubes of you?
If that's what it is, yes.
Little bumpy.
And also, how's Willow?
He's just a little peck. He's an asshole.
I knew it was coming.
Him and his acorns. Man. Come on.
Nah, does Lola talk like a woman and walk like a man?
Oh, that movie is still one of my favorite of all
Ooh.
time.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm talking about the Kinks song.
God,
Nah.
you should try and watch it in HD on Blu-ray.
Oh,
You good? Yeah.
I bet you that's a experience and a half.
I think I watched it on Disney, the whatever they call it.
The
Disney
Disney
Plus,
Plus.
yeah, it is. It's on there. I know it is. But don't think that I'm giving Disney any money. It's just my sister is.
My uncle got Disney Plus because he has young kids, and he gave me account information for it so that I could use it too. So that's the only reason why I have it.
kids like to watch
I
that
don't
kind of
even use it
stuff.
much, honestly. Although what I do like to use is the Hulu that came with it, because now I can watch the Orville and the match whenever I want. So.
Yeah, but the Hulu though doesn't have. You have commercials on that one though. It's
Yeah,
not
which is so weird.
Depending on how much you gotta pay
I
for
grew up with
Hulu.
TV commercials, so I'm used to it and I can tolerate it. But it's just really weird. And thankfully, I'm not paying for it, so I don't. If I complain, not really a complaint.
Yeah.
But like for any, like if he uses it or any of his kids use it, then yeah, I can see why he'd be upset. You're paying for it, and they're giving you commercials, and the whole point is you're paying to not have commercials.
You need to
Well,
not
if you
watch it on a
upgrade,
computer.
you won't be able to watch.
I think it's okay. Here's the thing: you want to bypass the commercials on Hulu and pay for it.
No, I don't want to pay for it.
Okay, it's free. It's free on PlayStation, but it has a buttload of commercials like it does on TV shows. Have a buttload of commercials.
Okay, see, he has. I have Hulu because of his Disney Plus account.
But if you pay for it, the PlayStation bypasses the commercials. You could skip them.
Okay, but I don't have a PlayStation, so that doesn't help me.
It's quarter to 6 in the morning in the UK, so I'm going to have to go. Sorry to interrupt.
All right, man.
Later.
Thanks for coming up, Gabe.
All right, take care. Butterfly, keep up with your channel. You did well.
I will. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Take care, everybody. I'm out.
See you, mates.
Later, mate. Thanks for coming, Brand.
See ya. So whose channel is this? I just followed a link Parrot Head through in one of the chats. I have no idea where I'm at.
It's my channel. I am Darth Hester. I host a open line talk show.
Oh,
late night.
Have we ever streamed together?
No, I don't believe we have. This is the first time I've ever actually had a stream with you actually in. So, I mean, I've seen you in streams.
Yeah.
But I haven't actually had the pleasure of actually talking to you on a stream, if that makes.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, your name
sense.
it looked familiar, but I'm like, I have no idea where I am. But Mando's here, so how bad can it be? Normally I don't trust Parrot Head.
No, I'm fine. Hester's a good guy.
Yeah, no, for sure. But Parrot Head, he sent it. I'm like, I
Besides,
don't know about
I got a blade once, so he owes me forever.
DJ did do a
Parrot Head's.
Parrot Head's something else.
Yeah, you can't trust what he sends. Like,
I do. This stuff's really freaking hilarious.
Yeah,
it's like half
the stuff he brings on. Yeah,
off.
it is actually hilarious. Like earlier, we were talking about Gremlins 2, and he sent us a bunch of memes of that woman Gremlin.
That woman Gremlin, you know the one.
Yeah, it's the only one.
Yeah, got her name.
How do you know,
out of my Discord,
though, and not just a gremlin in drag?
Oh, solid point.
I don't know this.
Really know about
unless this gremlin's in transition, because it's got bigger knockers than I do.
That's for damn sure.
Well,
I don't remember much about the Lady Gremlin.
Hold on, I'm getting to it. Let me pull this out of my Discord here real quick. We'll just revisit these pictures. I'm just pulling it up out on my Discord real quick before I share the screen, so I could just kind of click a do, and there we go. There we go. There she is.
Jeez.
It's like a boomerang.
One ugly looking goblin. Ugly.
It's like the Joker's girlfriend, like the Joker's girlfriend in the original Keaton Batman had a baby with a gremlin, and this is what came out.
Neopol, there's your girlfriend.
Whoa. I was all tabbed. Okay.
Hey, here's the other one.
Well,
Okay.
I guess they have to have
I
gremlins.
only prefer black hair.
Well, we don't know the gremlins that well. They might have an entire society that's very similar to our own, including brothels.
Why not?
You know, speaking of gremlins, I just, you know what? Now I just remembered of a great, funny Looney Tunes episode where there was an actual gremlin giving Bugs Bunny such a hard time. It was funny as hell.
It's
Well,
kind
you know
of
where
Bugs Bunny,
Gremlins comes from, right?
though not impossible.
Anybody? The term
Isn't there
gremlins?
like a? Yeah, isn't it like some kind of mythological creature or something?
Not at all. No.
Yeah.
In World War II, they would, whenever something would go wrong with their planes, they would say that
They
it was
would actually blame it from a gremlin, but that's the myth. But yeah, they've turned it into a cartoon just to say otherwise, and it turned out to be the most funniest thing I've ever seen.
Or are gremlins actually just brownies that got bored and started to fool with electrical things?
those fucking brownies. Did you know Kevin Pollak was one of the brownies in Willow?
Yeah, I remember reading
Shut
something
the
about
hell-
that.
Son of a bitch.
I guess I'm gonna have to fill some of y'all into who Kevin Pollak is to begin with. I thought he's a bigger name than that.
Well, educate.
Yeah, that's the problem. I'm like, shit. What has Kevin Pollak been in?
The Usual Suspects.
Yes.
That
yeah, he looks
lineup
like a
seems-
detective. Like he's a detective's like partner. He's always a partner.
That lineup scene cracks me up even now even more that I know the behind the
he was in a
scenes
few
of it.
I
that
mean,
Benicio
Kevin
del Toro
Pollak.
was
I
tearing
mean,
up back here.
who hasn't heard of him? I mean, it wasn't his best ones, but he played in both of the Grumpier Old Men, Grumpy Old Men, and Grumpier Old Men.
And he was in A Few Good Men.
That
Yes.
and End of Games. That and End of Games. End of Days. Damn it.
End of days.
The
I was
whole
about to say,
9
what-
yards.
I love the whole 9 yards. I love that movie.
Is which one is that? The one with Matthew Perry?
That had
Yes.
Matthew Perry. That
Perry,
had that.
Bruce Willis.
Bruce Willis. Yeah, that's a good movie.
That had that girl from Jack and Jill, the WB TV show. What the hell was her name?
Which one? The one that strips nude to distract the guy?
Yeah, that one. That one.
Gee, I wonder how I knew that.
Anyway, yeah, he was one of the brownies, like in Willow.
What the hell is her name? That's gonna drive me nuts all fucking night if I don't.
He's still alive. So
This is
that's
gonna be driving me madder than Mardigan over here if I don't freaking find out what
Wow.
her damn name is.
Oh man. So what were y'all talking about before I came in and just took us off the road?
We're already off the rails.
Yeah, we've been off the rails. There really is not a subject tonight. It's
Well, I
just
came
kinda-
up with a couple of subjects if you're interested. What did you think of the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen?
Let's see, which one is that? Is I
The
always get it
Sean
mixed,
Connery,
Connery.
the Sean Connery one.
That's what
yeah, but I always get it mixed up with the other Sean Connery one. The what's the other one? The League of it? No, wait, hold on. There's another one though with Uma Thurman. she's like a robot or some shit. And Sean Connery dresses up like a teddy bear at one point.
Oh, yeah, I think it was League of Extraordinary Gentlemen 2 that really.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't a sequel. The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Oh, I'm thinking of the Avengers. Sorry, the Avengers is the one I always get it mixed up with. So, the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, is that the one with the dude with like the 2020 or the 4040? Sorry,
something like that. But no,
no, it's
Parrot
not
Head.
Katie Holmes, Parrot Head. It's Amanda Peet. Amanda Peet.
That's it.
Oh yeah,
Amanda Peet was. Yeah. Now that I think about it, yes, it was Amanda Peet. Katie Holmes was played in Dawson's Creek.
Then who played the wife?
Along with Michelle Williams. Before she got.
Oh, the wife, the one that did the voice, that would be Natasha Henstridge.
Yeah, I'm bringing up the trailer for her so I can refresh my memory here.
I love that movie was. I had that movie on DVD for like the longest time, and then after my ex left, I've never really seen that movie in the house again. So I bet you she got that one.
Okay, yeah,
it's the same thing. It's the same thing when I lost my Kill Bill Volume 2. Yeah,
because
and sold it.
You mentioned the whole 9 yards.
I didn't, but okay.
No, we were talking about it earlier.
Oh, the League of no, I did not care for that movie at all. Sorry, what I remember of it is
it's not a great film.
No.
Yeah, I didn't really care for it, and I see why Sean Connery kind of retired after that movie.
I think The Avengers was his last one officially.
When did that come out?
Sean Connery was never in The Avengers.
Yes, he was. He was the bad guy.
No, he was. No, that's
not that Avengers.
That's not who you think.
Not that
Avengers, yeah.
We're talking the one with Ralph Fiennes and Uma Thurman. Not like Marvel, the Avengers. It's the other Avengers. Correct. Yes.
When did they make this film? I never even heard of it. The only movie that, if you guys are talking about teddy bears and everything, Uma Thurman played as Poison Ivy.
No, I know what I'm talking about. It was 1998.
Yeah, I was about to say it had to be.
And Sean Connery played the bad guy. Yes, I'm correct.
League of Extraordinary Gentlemen was after that.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
In the 2000s.
Yeah, the movie was so bad that Sean Connery just completely wanted to strike it from his record. But we're the internet. We don't forget. Hello, Rosetta.
I had to talk to my parents, figure out what our plans are tomorrow for hiking and stuff. So,
yeah,
you
mentioned that earlier.
All right, that was his last movie. The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen was his last one.
The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen was his last one. The Avengers was before. Yeah, I've heard of this film. Now I know what it is. Yeah, I'm brain dead. God damn it. Yeah,
I did not.
I know
Loki with Sean Connery. I promise you.
I would see that.
I don't think anybody would have played a better Loki than that actor.
I mean, I don't think Marvel could afford the sexual assault lawsuits. Sean Connery, I think he got 3 on the plane to
do remember Sean Connery is the one that went into a public interview and said that sometimes you just have to slap a woman around and keep her in her place.
Right. Yeah, we all agree with that. But I'm just saying, like, sometimes.
What the fuck? We all agree with that, you little bitch? Don't piss me off.
Well,
I'm
now
not
we know
saying he
who
didn't have great moments.
was that.
Yeah, Parrot Head. I don't know what went on, but all I'm seeing is your Google search. I'm not seeing anything on Discord, Parrot Head. Yeah, he sent something on Discord. He told me to look at it. I'm not seeing anything other than
I don't know,
words.
but I agree with his idea on how to deal with the riots that he sent in the private chat on Twitter.
What was that?
Pay-per-view idea. Release Spanish fighting bulls into rioters.
No, I don't know. That's expensive.
It'd be funny though.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we're getting sued by PETA.
Fuck PETA. I mean,
Oh my God, I just watched.
No.
Wow.
Worst earlier was on
exactly
Anthony's stream. On Anthony's stream, he decided he was going to sass me by saying, "Make me a sandwich, bitch." So I changed my screen name to "Lick My Sandwich, Bitch." To which he smiles and goes, "Spread your bread, baby."
What happened? I came in at the
end. Okay, I don't know how to respond to that.
Welcome to Off the Rails.
By the way, me and Anthony have a long history of torturing each other.
No, that would mean that we have to have been on the rails to begin with. So, welcome to this stream. We apologize.
No, we don't.
Okay.
I never apologize. Suck my fucking finger. The other thing Anthony likes to do is sit there and go, "Hey, darling, sit on it and spin. When you reach my elbow, scream my name, baby."
This is basically an online comedy stream, talk show kind of stream. So,
Hoster, how do I get along with Anthony based on the comments I just told you?
I have no clue, but if you interrupt me again on my own stream, I will take you down.
It's gonna happen because I have a massive delay in consistency in the internet here.
Oh,
I'm in the mountains.
Oh yeah, I forgot you're in BFE freaking mountains. My bad.
Sorry. Do my best. Just go shh when it happens.
Well, I know how that is.
Because literally half the time it's like I can't hear anything, and I start to talk, and all of a sudden it's like somebody's several seconds into what they're saying. And it's like, what the crap did I just miss? Oh, fuck this internet.
Internet is no good in the mountains.
As hard up as you are, I don't recommend it.
Oh God! Shut the fuck up, Master.
Because I remember previously on this stream you mentioned missing your husband, and yeah,
missing or misting?
Missing.
Okay.
I may have a solution. I may have a solution.
Oh, I don't.
I'm listening.
You got his attention.
We've changed our course tomorrow. She wants to go to the superstore to get a bunch of different stuff. Well, guess what? A lot of those superstores also have back in the medical section in the female area.
Tampons.
No, those
they don't
little
have
electronic
those
things. Are, you know.
Thank you for just flat out saying it.
Female.
They have
condoms.
vibrators.
Are we still guessing?
I think Taker hit it with a hammer, like ding, 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 winner, winner, chicken dinner. And his prize is
that's a link to Google search for the Avengers.
I mean, seriously, and anywhere in those mountains, isn't there a Spencer's up there? I mean, Spencer's has all this stuff.
The closest city of any size, more than like 1,000 some person town at most, if it's more than a couple hundred, is 80-ish miles away. I
mean, What about hair dye?
I don't know. Are we still guessing what's in the women's aisle at the superstore? That's what I've been doing.
There's no guess. They're just a bunch of vibrators.
No, they sell those things over the counter near the medical section now. But you gotta like.
Yeah.
Yeah. I knew I should have put a viewer's discretion in this.
I did.
Yeah, of course.
I did.
Actually, I did. I'm glad. I did put a disclaimer.
I can't remember all these days blur together now. Anyone else getting that feeling where all the days just blur together?
I did put it. Oh yeah, it's like I've been in my house so long anymore. It's like
Parrot Head. Oh my God, Parrot Head. Jeez. Are you guys seeing Parrot Head's comments?
Guys, wait, guys. Can I just point out, I just had to hide the freaking chat because that was my mom trying to talk to me in the room behind me, and she was typing this stuff into chat.
Oh, hold on, wait. Let me. Oh, I didn't see that.
I didn't see that first. Mardigan left. He's like, "Fuck this shit."
I just had to hide that from my parents. Shut up.
Parrot Head, shut up. God. Okay. I'm with Mad Mardigan. I gotta get off here.
No.
I love you guys. I'm sorry, but I gotta get out of here.
Do not say get off after that. Why did he say I have to get off after that statement?
This says a lot about Parrot Head, doesn't it?
What the crap? I'm not the one being horrible here. He is.
Mad Mardigan's like, "No, I don't want any part of this." I guess he don't have a sense of humor, or either he's getting watched by some important people. I'm like,
I think there's someone else there with him in his studio. So.
Oh, yeah.
So he may not, it's not like a question of he doesn't like the content or something. It's just he may not be able to stay due to their comfort or whatever, which is I totally get that. I have a similar situation sometimes.
I understand. If you ever want to come back and actually have a serious conversation, I mean, you can get in contact with me on the tweeters. We'll talk some turkey, Mr. Mad Mardigan. Yeah, it's still the same thing. Darth Haster. At me.
I am very lonely tonight. And I'm supposed to be hiking tomorrow, and I don't think I'm getting any sleep.
Weren't you on the
well, I mean, I guess no, I can't do it. I'm not rude enough. I guess.
What were you saying, Haster?
Weren't you on a couple nights ago on a stream like, "What is sleep?" I'm tired of.
I've been feeling that way a long
Oh yeah, it was
time.
Jedi Bill stream, and then you kind of fell asleep on your computer. It was like what, a couple days ago or something.
Yeah, I kind of blacked out because I was absolutely worn out.
I have those nights like where I just can't sleep, and I got a feeling this is going to be one of them. So I'm like, to hell with it. Let's go for 8 hours. It'll be the longest stream I've ever done. So let's do it. If anybody's in the Discord, go ahead and try to put the word out that I'm going for at least a record on my stream for at least an 8-hour stream tonight. So any jump ins would be appreciated. And share the hell out of this, because it could get boring really quick.
And I can put my game. I can share the screen for my game if that helps.
Yeah, that'll work.
All right.
I know people like some gameplay.
Usually I would rearrange the camera and rig it so you guys can watch me work, but I have no freaking ability to function right now.
Essentially, do your Rosetta glare like a bat glare, but worse.
You're not gonna make me laugh right now.
Sorry.
Oh yeah. What if I say I'm going to pick up my testicles? I mean tentacles.
Oh my god.
Tentacles.
Parrot had just sent me an image of a guy with his pants hanging halfway down to his ankles, staring at a rack of belts that says something magical is about to happen.
Oy vey.
Oh, it's magic. You know.
Crap. And the bed. All right. Now I can share the screen now. So.
Got that damn song stuck in my head. Damn it.
Why?
Because it's magic.
Just listen to the Who's Batman. You'll be fine.
I need some affection.
I can't get no. I can't get no satisfaction.
Oh Lord.
Did I make you do that, man? No.
Wow.
You sure?
Okay, maybe a little. Just trying to do that. Gotta say, PS2 emulator is working really good.
I have no idea what's going on now.
Hoster, I sent you that poem the other night, right?
Oh yeah, you did.
Did you get it?
Did you want me to recite it?
No. Did you get what I was getting at?
I'm literally looking at it right now. That's why I asked.
No, I don't really, but
Hello, Jeff Franklin, Wookiee Supremacy. How you doing?
And nope, game over. Timer went out.
I like that.
okay, private
Either
chat.
of you want to come up? That's.
Hi, Jeff, honey.
We could
Mwah. And hi, Wookie.
try to spark a little conversation.
Hoster, look in the private chat a sec.
Oh. Okay.
Now do you get it?
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I kind of get it now. Yeah, I get it now.
But yeah, I've been having What one hell of a freaking day. Lots of good news and lots of sucky news. Parrot Head.
Well, there seems to be a lot of bad news going around these days, so trying to keep spirits up and actually do a little bit of a unadulterated, unfiltered comedy.
Yeah, I have a feeling I kind of drove people away from your stream.
Kind of hard to do this day and age.
I drove people away tonight, apparently.
Maybe. Yeah, that's.
I think in some things I'm getting better, and in some things I'm really freaking depressed. I want my husband. And I realize I look a little crooked right now because one of the little hinges that holds the camera in place kind of broken and it won't stay straight. So it keeps tipping.
I don't know, but I'm kind of excited about this Gotham Knights game. It looks pretty good. Now that I found out you can actually.
Is it going to be a like? Because they were asked if it's going to be a Games of a Surface type title, and they gave a wishy-washy yes/no type answer, which is not exactly boosting my confidence. But the story looks good, so that's good. Which is something I couldn't say for the Avengers game when that was first announced. So.
At least they confirmed that you could play the same character in a co-op, so
yes, you can.
That's going to be good. So there's something to look forward to.
Yeah, so this way, if you know you're playing with a buddy and you both have the same favorite character, you can both play as that character.
What are you doing?
Me?
No.
The cat?
Yeah, the nag. She's like, I'm not the center.
Making cat noises, or is that an actual cat?
What are you doing, Ornery?
Yes, you can. Okay, you can literally see the cat in the corner.
Ornery, back down, back down. Back down, baby. Come here.
Oh, there's a cat there.
Come here.
Striped cat. I just have 2 black cats. Except one's half Siamese, so in other words, he's a huge pain in the ass.
Oh, she's part Siamese and part Mao.
Yeah, does she also need attention 24/7?
What do you think? She's climbed up on the desk and stuck her face in the camera and whined.
Yes, so you know exactly what I have to deal with.
Her name is Ornery. What do you think? What? What? The world does not revolve around
so
you.
Cute when you want attention, but they're so annoying.
I don't know about you guys, but I am right there with Wookiee supremacy. I refuse to wear a mask in like a car or anywhere. If I had to wear a mask just across the street to go to the store, I'm not going to. But if I have to go to the only time I do so is when I'm forced to. If I'm actually forced to in a store or otherwise they won't let me shop, then yeah, I'll do it. But other than that, no.
Wait, where are they forcing you to wear a mask in your car?
People,
because I that's not a thing here that I'm aware of.
They're not forcing anybody to wear masks in the car. They can't really truly enforce it here unless you get like pulled over or something. But there are people that wear masks in the car. I know my mom does because she's paranoid as hell about this thing.
Oh, that's different.
It's not going to do anything in the car. But the thing is, not in the U.S., but they had a whole group of police. I can't remember which country it was that actually went through and were breaking people's windows in to drag them out and beat them for not wearing masks in their own cars.
So expose them to the virus as punishment for them not being exposed. Interesting logic there.
Yeah, and this stuff makes me cringe because I can't wear masks and stuff. I can barely breathe normally because of all the vocal cord, asthma, other stuff like that, along with the nerve issues I have. So this world acting as crazy as it is does not make me feel good.
Well, I mean, this whole entire pandemic thing is a political thing anyways. So.
Oh, of course they don't do anything. Why are they freaking making masks out of freaking fabric? Like that's going to do shit. Anybody who knows anything about science knows fabric masks.
I saw someone selling a mask made of beads. And I'm like, what the fuck is that going to do?
That sounds as logical as the crocheted ones that helped Alyssa Milano get COVID.
It's like you're just getting your saliva and your breath and all sorts of bacteria on those beads, and then next time someone touches those beads, they're screwed. If you have it, versus
we're in an idiot society.
At least with a cloth mask of some kind, it actually does block some stuff. It's not
my husband, because
but this thing
he has to for some places he goes because of his work.
Right.
He actually is worried about my health and stuff. He's not doing this stupid crap people do with these ones that are ineffective. He's actually getting the ND95 surgical system. And when he has to go somewhere and interact with people, that's what he was wearing. Because he didn't want to bring it down. And good night, lady.
Night, lady mist.
So, I mean, he was worried about me because I'm being compromised, which is also why he didn't want me there while he's dealing with the mold and everything else. That's a different situation.
That makes sense.
But he was actually looking at the science behind it and actually finding things that actually have some effect.
Yeah, because these masks aren't really going to do an effect.
Facts are hard to come by.
Even these ones that kind of look like gas masks are not really going to work because this thing is on a microbial level, and it's not going to work.
Yeah, I don't think people understand that viruses are small enough or at least small enough to latch onto your cell, meaning they're smaller than your cells. Like I don't think people.
All right, get him!
What?
Damn. She's yelling at the cat.
Oh. Anyway, yeah, I've done that. That happens.
Sorry.
But yeah, like it's almost like I've seen a lot of cases where like people are spreading misinformation, and it's not because like they're purposely doing it. It's just they don't know the facts, and a lot of it is oddly just simple biology, and it kind of pisses me off a bit to see people kind of just do that. And the reason is because I used to be a medic, so biology for me is a topic that I pretty much keep up to date on pretty much every day, or try to anyways. But it's, like some people don't even understand the whole idea that there are different types of viruses, like the RNA, like this is getting more in depth, not just basic biology, but RNA viruses versus DNA virus versus, like an RNA virus the strain will mutate and change over time, so that's why you can get it multiple times. Think like the cold or the flu, and then you have your traditional DNA virus, which is just once you've been vaccinated or you've had it, you're good, unless a new form comes into play. And like some people don't understand. Yeah, okay, you might be feeling better. Right? You're better. You kicked the virus. But you're still infected. A lot of people don't get that. Like, you're still a carrier. That's the reason why whenever like a kid goes to school and like every one kid gets sick, they all get sick.
Yeah.
Because people don't understand that there's a period between when you get better to when you're no longer a carrier. Because the virus is still in your system. You're just now pretty much immune to it. You're immune to it, but others can still be infected by you.
makes me wonder if people with high immune systems get affected differently as well.
Yeah.
To it, because like if Butterflies was still here, she could actually confirm this. I hardly ever get sick, ever, but when I do, it hits me like a sack of hammers, and I'm down for at least a good 3 weeks.
Wow.
But I think, when was the last time I actually got sick, dear?
I'm technically sick right now.
I don't
have a
remember.
cold.
I remember you were with me when I got sick the last time.
I don't remember what day
I
it
assume
was.
you're talking
or
to
how long
Butterflies
it
now.
was, but you were pretty sick that day.
I need a break from Spider-Man for a while. The disarming of bombs is driving me a bit nuts.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I always hated that level.
I will put something.
The reason I got kicked off was because my phone died.
Let's see what else. Can I put?
Put it back in. Let it charge. It died all the way.
Well, I thought it was not. Never mind, babe.
What did you thought it was?
I don't know.
Plugged in for a reason, hon. Honey, you gotta be tired.
No, I'm not tired. I'm just.
Out of it.
I think I'm starting to hear the railroad again. We're actually maybe starting to form a semblance of a track. Do you have Saints Row?
No.
Oh. I think a lot of people are sick of leased life. Just a little bit. But nothing out of the
Share this
usual. What are you playing? Blood Rain? Or
No, I'm like it's not showing up under the applications when I share the screen. I think I know why, because it's let's test this. Put it in window mode and then maybe that will.
I've had a better 2020, or a better year last year than 2020. It's apparently my city needs a lot of money, and apparently they're trying to gouge people out of paying like water bills and electric, and gouge people who actually are on disability for money, and creating instant shut-off notices.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be depressing. Sorry.
That's all right.
Let me share the screen. All right, so I'll have to try a different game then.
Yeah, that's one of the things I'm dealing with right now. It's like every month I'm getting a shut-off notice for the water, and it's starting to piss me off. I'm
Every
like,
month?
every month. And I'm tired of it. I've actually I would call the city, but the city's actually doing it, so it's no sense in even trying.
I feel like an idiot.
I've been hearing that California's been getting the like rolling blackouts with the whole city. Right now, not like certain cities, I think Los Angeles or something.
Yeah, we know why
an article about it, but supposedly, like,
We know
they
why.
don't have power to sustain the city because they're going green and they didn't think it through.
We know why they want to legalize it, because they want to try to get it normalized so they can continue what they were actually doing to begin with. So
They're trying to legalize pedophilia.
Thank you, Jeff.
That's just messed up.
They've been trying to work towards that for a long time, actually.
And now that we got all these riots and everything, everybody's kind of blind to it. But no,
I'm
you
not.
got to keep your eyes open.
Never let a good crisis go to waste. And if you know who said that, you actually have some knowledge.
I wish I could say I did, but
Alinsky.
oh, that's right. That's right. Now I remember. I told you my memory's getting bad.
I'm depressed. I really need my husband. I don't function right without him. I can hear the screaming outcry of feminists saying me that like this for not being with a man. To be honest, their screams are the only good part about this. This sucks.
I'm not following, Wookie. When you caused the crisis yourself.
Oh, I think he's talking about the California thing with the power outages.
I think he's referring to the Saul Alinsky thing. Because Parrot said it. Which I wasn't even looking up at the chat then. And I hate this. I hate this.
What do you think about this whole Moira covered something about a laptop shortage?
Good thing I have 3 of them, right?
I'm like, how is there a laptop shortage?
How was there supposedly a coin shortage?
Yeah, that too.
That made no sense.
These things.
There's a what shortage?
Coins and laptops shortage.
Very interesting things to be shortages of. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't buy it. I think they're all full of crap.
No, he's talking about the pandemic. Well, he's talking about the pandemic. Okay.
Oh, that's what it is.
Hmm?
Okay. That makes sense. And what do you got on here this time?
Star Citizen.
Ooh.
Most intensive, the most hardware intensive game I own. And it's my controllers being weird.
This sucks.
There was something I was looking at Oh, so the corn shortage is so they can upgrade to the cashless society that which they want to. Okay, that makes more sense.
Not vomit or sick. I'm just not. You wanna take that one?
What? Which one?
Question in chat about me.
Nah, she's just missing her hubby. Man, I'm just enjoying this gameplay right now. This looks kind of cool. I don't think I really went in depth and actually watched you play Star Citizen. Star Citizen.
I
Blah!
haven't your videos. So.
My
that was. Sorry about that.
I mean, Sentinel, if you wanna, Sentinel or Wookiee, if you guys want to come up here,
Please help me
you
not be
can come on up here and join us.
Because right now I'm pathetic. I'm not exactly very helpful.
Do you?
Are we being helpful to you? That's really all that matters.
Yeah, that's what community does, right? And friends, right?
I guess. I really have
No matter how pervy and crazy we sound at certain times.
Oh, because I sound so innocent.
For the moment.
Okay, normally I sound so innocent.
Again, for the moment.
You're okay. I'm not sure how to explain anything. I'm an obsessively devoted wife, and I don't work right without my husband. And being without him makes me moody as hell. Is that a good word for it?
Yeah, that about sums it up.
Okay.
And I'm just looking through YouTube videos and stuff and
because I want to explain
seeing who all's been on today.
Well, I mean, you're better off just watching right now because you can actually tell me what.
As I was saying, I want to explain to people who are curious because I really do appreciate anybody who cares and is concerned.
Yep.
You know? What do you want?
Yeah, but we really don't. Well, we really don't have too much of a conversation right now, but we're just basically sitting here trying to think of ways to cheer up Rosetta without getting too overtly sexual.
You mean like
which is a real feat?
Like me telling Anthony to lick my sandwich and him saying, "Spread your bread, darling."
Yeah, like that. Exactly.
And the people in his chat going, "Wow," at us, like.
Oh, that's almost nothing compared to what we usually get into. I believe that we ran off Mad Mardigan because we started talking about vibrators, and he's like, "Fuck this, I'm out."
You know, I thought he was supposed to be a veteran. I thought those guys are used to this whole sex toy stuff. Come on.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Wookie! I'm a good girl.
I don't know. He was like, "Nope." He was like, "Fuck this shit, I'm out." But I would like to get in contact with him and actually have a serious, in-depth movie discussion sometime. I don't know. Maybe I can't. I'd love to just pick his brain about a movie because for when he was in here, he seemed rather knowledgeable about some movies we were talking about. Because buddy of mine mentioned Willow, and we were just going back and forth on that, and that was a fun little conversation until everything went tits up and vibrators on, and
I don't know why everything always goes so horribly when I'm there. I don't try to encourage it.
I don't know.
Maybe I'm just horrible. This isn't a good funk, is it?
What was that? It was in a book, and I can't remember what it was, but it was the best of times, and it was the worst of times. Can anybody remember
Tale of Two
where that
Cities.
quote's from?
Tale of Two
Tale of
Cities.
Two Cities. Why does it feel so familiar right now?
Community is the best of us, but the world is burning. It's
Yeah,
really
you
not
may
that
want to
hard.
look up and read this one.
Give me a moment.
I don't know. Man, there is okay. I don't think I've ever seen it this bad. This is the point of no return. Not even a fucking chuckle. This is bad.
Wow. Look, I'm
Or
not.
maybe she's just.
Oh, fuck. Sorry. I'm really sorry, guys.
Have you heard my fucking mouth on this damn stream? For fuck's sake. You're apologizing to me about cussing? Holy fucking shapely sheep shit.
No, I'm apologizing for being fucking pathetic.
No, I'm.
Not a great takeoff. I know. Still getting
I'm sorry.
It's alright.
Damn it.
This does look like a badass game. What are the specs for this puppy?
What do you mean?
The specs to run it.
You need a quad-core CPU. If you're talking Intel, it has to be i7 or higher.
Okay.
At least 16 gigs of DDR4 RAM. An SSD is recommended, but not needed. And then you need obviously Windows 7, 8, or 10. I put all the specs and stuff in my video.
Where can you get it? Can you get it off Steam?
No. Again, all my videos have all the links. So.
Hoster,
Okay. Yeah.
Since the guys are discussing the finer points of fleshlights in your chat.
Fleshlights?
Fleshlights.
Oh.
There it is. Just have to finish sending. That I have that quickly to pull up for you.
Is it in the tweeters?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Go ahead, share screen by all means.
I sent it to you so you could do it without me having to help.
What?
Nah, I think it'd be better if you.
I am not sharing a screen. That's too much freaking work. Quit being lazy, host.
No. Just for the record, I'm gonna read it. Dude's sitting. It's usually this meme where it looks like he's taking like a poll or getting a petition signed.
It's Steven Crowder's "Change My Mind."
Yeah, it says, "Woman that lay there during sex are just fleshlights you gotta feed. Change my mind." Yeah, that's that's more ate up than my mom's girly parts.
Sentinel says preach, by the way. Look at the YouTube chat.
Yeah.
And then Wookie says, I don't have to feed her.
I'd show it, but I don't have my... I'll see if I can get my tweeters from... see if I can remember my passing word. You would have been better off chucking that in my Discord, maybe. But
I freaking hate Discord. I know you added me there. Don't understand, I'm almost never actually going to be there.
Okay. Well, I actually hate Twitter, so...
Well, for messages, it's a lot easier with a lot less of a headache to figure out where it is. And for the other stuff, I don't like big, giant group chats. They're always giving me a million notifications. However, I can promote really easy on the front of Twitter. I don't like the site, but
Yeah.
in a crisis it'll work, kind of thing.
Wrong button.
Let's see if I. All right. Okay, now might actually be able to get this. Okay, while that's booting up, let's get back in here, share screen, yada, yada, yada. Bob's your uncle, and where is it? Oh, where'd it go? Oh, yeah, here.
Well, I got a decent amount of flying ahead of me. So let's walk around.
Okay.
Oh Lord, Parrothead, what did you do? Nice, Wookie. Wookie says women are like tigers. I like tigers. I think they're beautiful, but I'm not trying to keep one in my house.
I've never heard it like that before. Oh, man.
Sentinel's comment after that's even worse.
Well, let's just.
This is when I play innocent.
You? Innocent?
I don't know what Parrothead says is trying to get me to look at. There's nothing new in that group chat.
I don't know, but I think I'm still there on the tweeters. I could probably take a look there real quick. Let's see. What? Dude, I really like the way this game looks. I don't think my crappy laptop will run it. I can't even run regular fucking Quake Champions. So hey, Admiral Oliver Franklin Doom, how you doing? We're just chilling here, trying to cheer up Rosetta. Maybe we can get some of that short attention span magic.
He's at work, I bet.
Maybe we should apply some Doom's rules to this situation.
Doom's
Yeah,
rules
he
when the
probably
husband is kept. Doom's rules.
What's up? I am.
Does he have a rule for when the husband's kept away from you? Get toys.
The what?
I said, does he have a rule for when the
It kinda
husband's
cut
kept
out.
away? And then you interrupt me. Fine. I'm not saying it louder. Henry!
You know what? I'm actually trying to cheer you up. And you're coming at me for trying to be your friend?
No, I'm not. I just got frustrated because 3 times I tried to say it, and each time I did, I got talked over. So I quit trying to say it. When I yelled, it was yelling at the cat. I can't say it louder. I'm just trying to tell you, I can't say something like that louder because of their room.
Yeah.
I'm not coming at you.
It really did cut out on my end though, so.
But that's just it. I'm not coming at you. I'm just telling you that's the situation. And the only time I yelled was I was yelling at the cat because she's trying to break everything in my mom's house. And I don't need a bill for visiting. Ugh, dumbass cat.
And here we go again. Apparently I am up. And oh, okay. That makes sense. So what are you doing now, man, Dad? What are we doing? We looking for things to shoot or something? We boldly going where no man has gone before.
Sounds like
Oh
my
wait, wrong
honeymoon.
damn game.
No, when you said that, all I thought of was it sounds like my honeymoon.
I had my mic muted, sorry. No, I'm going to where some man has gone before and died. So
Did you even catch what I said?
I didn't.
Yeah.
When you said boldly go where no man has gone before, I said, that sounded like my honeymoon.
I caught it. I just didn't want to. I just didn't want to say anything, but now you kind of just throw me under the bus there. Yeah, sure.
What? I have no shame. Not true, but partly true. That's complicated. I just don't know how long I'm going to stick it out right now.
Shame. What's that? I don't know. I mean, we've already scared off like half of the people anyway. So. Yeah, the other ones are like the real Insomniac troopers in here, man. Like, and we're not really doing any here besides listening to each other breathe at this point. I figured we could actually. It's bad when I'm actually looking for stuff on Twitter to actually fetch a conversation.
All I have to say is I wish I was more energetic and functional to be entertaining like I usually am.
Yeah, I understand that.
Wookie says cybersex just feels a lot like your hand.
Well, you gotta do what you gotta do, and who better to take care of you than you? Yeah, I said it. I finally said it. And she goes off camera and mute. I think I finally hit the nail into the coffin. Oh, oh, you're an Asa stream? Exactly. Exactly, Sentinel. The Sentinel. My bad. You want something done right, do it yourself. I heartily agree with that. Sometimes you just gotta. Oh, it's gonna be a long night. I don't know what the. Whoa. Hey. Oh, this chat's on fire now. Oh. And technically, I don't really give a shit if you cuss as long as you're not cussing people out in chat on stream. I
Boo!
really don't care.
StreamYard cut my comment.
Boo what?
StreamYard hid my comment.
Did it?
Go look at your chat.
StreamYard had your.
It hid my comment. It wouldn't show it. It skipped it.
We got butterflies. Could you check that out for me, real quick?
Well, right before her.
It's probably
comment.
not.
No, it was between
It's
Sentinel and her
probably
saying wow.
It's probably YouTube.
No, it's still on the YouTube. It's not between Sentinel and her wow.
I'm checking it now.
At least it's still showing here even after I refresh, so I don't know. Are you having an issue? It's showing it here. I don't understand.
Yeah, it's not even showing up in the YouTube chat.
But it's still showing here.
It's
if I
not
refresh.
even showing it on my YouTube chat, so it must have been YouTube itself.
Which is really weird because I refreshed here and it still showed it. One sec. I'll just put it in private. I didn't really want to say it out loud. It's a spelling joke.
I like spelling jokes. Spelling jokes are fun.
Oh, yes, it is fun.
I'm even rebooting my YouTube and everything, and it's still not showing up. You said it should have been right between the wow.
It showed it for me. And check the private chat, though.
And yeah, it's not there.
Check the private.
Okay. I don't really. Yeah, totally. No wonder YouTube's after it. Holy shit. It says learn to masturbate, come in handy. HANDY. CUM. come in handy. Come spelled C-U-M. I think what really gives it a really good push is probably Deadpan. The deadpan serious delivery. And I think that's a real key in comedy. If you could deliver something like that, so overtly blatant,
But it left that one
just
in chat.
so
Really?
deadpan, it just seems, it gives it that drier edge, and it just. But this was really good. I like this one.
Okay, I'm getting pissed.
I'm trying to show it. I think even
No.
StreamYards does not let me.
This last one shows on the. Unless it's not showing for you guys again. I just commented again. It's still not showing in freaking StreamYards. This is bullshit. Because I commented right after Parrot had made the comment about me telling you to check your privates.
Rub with thee.
Right after Parrot Head's comment about checking privates, I commented. I've refreshed the
Wait.
like 6
Who's
times.
checking? Who's privates over here?
Look in your scroll. Go up the scroll a little.
Oh. I got a flag. Yeah. I think I made it now.
It won't show now. You can't put it up on screen if you don't catch it right away. Because if you don't catch it right when that's transferring to StreamYard, it never will. Fucking YouTube psycho. Athena!
And yet we still. Huh. I never really thought about that, Parrot Head. I've really got to post this one. This is one of those D&D type meme joke. I gotta share this one. I don't know if okay. Where is it? Okay. See, even my it takes forever. Takes absolutely freaking forever for.
These cats are freaking psychos.
Just, I guess it didn't show. Let's see if we can. There we go. I always wondered this too because years and years of D&D and studying mythology, you wonder about questions and such things.
I never wondered about a centaur's boner.
Never?
No.
Eh.
Just take that for what it's worth.
But it's been a while since I gone fuck things up like I always do. I don't know why that song popped in my head. It just seemed kind of relevant at the
Because
time.
you're hanging out with me.
No, I don't really know. Maybe.
It's still less offensive than the stuff I'm listening to while we talk.
Is it Peaches Fuck the Pain Away?
No.
Because that'd be hilarious.
Oh, it's just a little database I have of about 600 sex songs. Promiscuous. Out loud.
Let's see. What do we got? What do we got that we could actually get away with in, like, somewhat public domain that maybe we can actually pull off? I wonder if I could actually get in trouble for a movie that I actually purchased on YouTube.
Yes.
Really? Even though I purchased the thing? It's just YouTube's weird. Even if you purchase it through them, you can't really use it to your own. Let's see. What do we got? I never got any of that. The whole YouTube copyright system is effed. It's like you already buy it on their medium, so it should legally be yours. And it just, I don't know, it just seems a little off to me for some reason.
The world is off. Fuck it all. By the way, I'm in a mood.
I would say burn it all, but I think
I didn't say burn it.
the whole rest of the world's doing a great job at that. So
I did not say burn it. I said fuck it.
That wasn't spelled bad.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, filthy the planet happens.
That was a funny video. The video was a girl moaning in pleasure, and then all of a sudden it cuts to this this old lady riding one of those quarter horses that you find in front of those stores.
All right, actually, I think I'm going to go on the note of my character's death here. I think we're going to actually head off for the night. Got to finish some stuff up.
All right, man.
Darth.
This was great having you. Yeah, so much for we're already at 4 hours. Well, I could probably cut this off now, and it'd still be the longest stream I've ever done. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it. Probably head over to see what's up with
I'm sorry, I'm not
Jedi
more
build.
entertaining.
It's all right.
I really am.
It's all right. It is okay. You have a good night. For all who actually participated. No, I'm not on any. No, I'm not on really any uppers. I don't know. I'm just not even feeling it right now for some reason. It's like the energy just drained from me.
I kind of hit that point when I think it really dawned on me what he told me today, you know? Would you shut up?
Yeah.
Freaking nightcap. People are trying to sleep in this house. And she's like, I don't give a flying fuck. Isn't that about what she's doing?
Oh, was gonna go check on some people, but yeah, even if I quit now, this is probably still going to be the longest stream I've ever recorded. So, I mean, I'm kind of happy about this. This is
Do you hear what's going
a
on
good
behind me?
almost a good 4.5 hours.
Do you hear what's going on behind me?
Yeah, your pussy's gone crazy. I
Yeah.
definitely hear it. Pussy's gone crazy. More ways than one.
Hey, leave me out of this. I'm being good. Kind of.
Okay. You remember what you said about women in their 30s and the whole
Hey, I thought you were ending your
that
stream.
ramping up?
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, I thought so too. But I really wanted to touch on this.
Mhm.
For some weird reason, it just seems to dawn on me just now. I don't know if you can call it an epiphany or whatever it is. But do you think back in the early 1800s that's what they considered female hysteria?
Well, there are several things they considered that. It's considered hysteria for women to have emotional issues from freaking menopause too.
True.
So were periods considered that. So were a lot of things. Because everything that was caused by, the fact that we have a different hormonal structure was hysteria.
Of course, the medicine wasn't as good back then as it is today. Now that we understand that even women run off a different pH balance than men.
Mm-hmm. And it is true that women have a higher instance of mental issues than men do. Because we have more endorphins, more hormones, and more natural emotions.
Or is it the fact that men are just too stubborn and it's not that documented because so?
No, statistically, women have about 3 times more things in our bodies that create high emotional response than men do. Scientifically. And so if you pull together a random crowd and you just test their behaviors for different signs of different mental issues, you get more of them with those signs that are female than male.
Okay. That makes... I mean, I'm not a geneticist or anything, or not even a medical scientist. I don't claim to be a professional in pretty much any field.
I was tweaking something for the job. But yeah, I mean, it has to do with the whole emotional balance. Is that like if you actually go to study how brain waves work and how different brain cells and centers respond to different brain functions? There is almost 4 times more connectivity to the function of your body and the emotion center of the brain in a female than there is in a male. But those things that make us more prone to mental issues are also what make us more emotionally connected to having a maternal instinct and how to take care of children.
Yeah. Oh, sorry about that. That makes a lot more sense. But I do have a point with because I know I was really reluctant to go into therapy and other things. And so are a lot of the males in my family. And but when it comes to me, they're like, "Oh, let's put him in therapy." Blah, 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 blah.
Okay. There are some places where men are hidden from the statistics because of what they will or will not come forward with. More of an imbalance between male and female exists in that when it comes to abuse and rape than mental issues. Because women
Yeah.
really don't like to come forward with mental issues either. Nobody does. Because there is still stigma. And it's uncomfortable to talk to a therapist and bare your heart and soul to them and hope that they won't judge you when, you know, part of their job is to judge what you're saying and tell you how you should handle it. So it's a very complicated balance. And that's one that really hits both genders. But men almost never come forward when it has to do with sexual assault, rape, abuse, stuff like that, because they're shamed by society for doing so. They're blamed for it, or they're told, well, look at you. It's not like you couldn't stop her.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
not the point. It's never okay to be abusive. It's never okay to be violent. And my uncle, one of the most hardcore ex-military veteran, absolute warrior Sioux, tough as nails native guy. Nobody knew he was a battered spouse for 30 years. Until she tried to stab him to death in his sleep. Because he was afraid to come forward. And there's some reason to that too, because he got bitched at by the EMTs and police for hurting her hands while fighting her off while she tried to kill him. So there's a serious issue.
Yeah. Everybody says, "Oh, it's women." No, there's some real double standard bullshit going on all around.
I have a problem with the double standard of celebrating men for sleeping around and destroying women's lives on even a rumor that she may have had sex with somebody, and that still does happen. I have a problem with that. I have a problem with the fact that if a male victim comes forward from sexual assault or rape, especially if he was in his teen years and she's in her 20s to 30s, they're shamed for coming forward even by other men. And there's always a group saying, oh, no male that age is going to be forced into it with a woman. You can't rape the willing.
Yeah, I used to say that a lot, but not the whole "you can't rape the willing" thing. But then I'm like, now that I actually think about it, there's so many ways that could be misconstrued, and twisted and
And so there's definitely an imbalance.
yeah, there really is. I think this is actually probably the most serious conversation we've probably ever had.
Mm.
Like in the history of ever. This is even new for but you are correct. There's a double standard. This whole feminism and started into this conversation, and the internet just magically starts to just start taking a dip.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make any sense at all? Absolutely any sense at all. I wonder what's going on here. Is somebody trying to silence me from the internet alone?
But
Is
I mean,
my internet service provider actually trying to take me down?
I have no idea, but
You're
I
going
do
to
know
give me a
this
severe
much.
dip in the internet? No, I just had a major ass fucking spike.
So
I
did
almost
I, actually. It wasn't just your end. Everything started to go down over here,
so
too.
yeah, it's funny after we really get in depth about this thing. Maybe we're onto something. Maybe there really is, and they just don't want us to get it out. We're striking a nerve, people. You better wake up. If you think you're really woke, we're onto something.
But I've always found it interesting. And first of all, the history of the whole feminist thing is a completely shaded lie, anyways. Now, were there good women who thought it was the noble movement they claimed it was and went along with it because that's what they believed?
Yeah.
What was the origin of the movement? Have you ever read The Feminine Mystique? And a lot of the early feminist writing. It literally was
No,
based
I
on no
believe
God, no husbands, no men. The word, if you break it down in Latin, literally means female over male. It is the female equivalent to the word chauvinist. If you actually learn the roots of language.
Yeah. That
The suffragettes
that
hated
makes
the
sense.
feminists. The suffragettes hated them. Suffragettes considered themselves egalitarian. It was a co-opted movement. Most of the people who considered themselves
David Bowie's
feminists,
making so much more sense now.
most of the people who considered themselves feminists in the 50s and 60s really did think they were trying to create a movement that was more egalitarian. I don't blame them. I blame the people who misused it and changed it. You know? But if you start researching the roots of all this and you start really digging deep and going back and start looking into the early Famian movement and the early progressives and actually start figuring out what they were doing, they were tipping the society specifically against certain people. And you can see it in the culture now. And The men's rights is one of the big places you can see it, where they've created this viewpoint that it's okay. You can look in the culture and see where it switched from. And yeah, there was a problem. Culture had this very open view in the roaring 20s through the early 50s, where you could publicly show men beating and spanking their wives like children. And that was considered the correct way to handle things. I'm not talking fetishistic or chosen. I will serve to you. I'm talking about.
But now it is.
But this wasn't for specific people. This wasn't for choices. This was viewpoint of what a wife was supposed to be, was absolutely always serving it no matter what. I have a problem with that. And I do agree that was wrong. But you can see in the 50s that it flipped completely. And all of a sudden, all these sitcoms and cartoons and shows that were being made in the late 50s through basically now started having a lot more jokes about big tough wives beating on little scrawny husbands, beating men with frying pans and rolling pins and shit like that. It flipped suddenly, very suddenly, to where one minute it was Ricky putting Lucy over his knee and spanking her like a child while telling her to shut up. And that does exist in a couple of the episodes, by the way.
I've actually seen a couple of those episodes.
To suddenly these images of a wife chasing a husband around the house, beating him in the head with a frying pan. You tell me either of those are okay, actually? But why did it flip? And you have to start looking at what they were doing.
Why did it flip?
And you have to start looking at what they were doing culturally, what their plans were, what their envisioned dream was. Women, when they focus on not being housewives, when they focus on work, when they focus on jobs more, whether or not it's good or bad is your interpretation, it decreases the number of children being born. It decreases the number of pregnancies because women aren't focused on that.
Oh.
It's population control. And you can actually see it in their writing. A lot of the people that pushed the early feminist movement were the eugenicists who wanted population control in the early eras.
So some real L. Ron Hubbard types.
H.G. Wells too, by the way.
That's right.
And Hubbard and Sanger and all of them. And George Bernard Shaw. Holy crap. Have you actually seen the video of him?
No. I don't
Let's see
think.
if I can find you that video.
I just think it's really funny that the net just took a real big spike and almost kicked both of us off of the stream.
This is one of the ones that well, let's find out if they'll axe your stream for actually playing this. Because this is real. This is the guy that they consider one of the founding members of the theater and entertainment industry. And this beautiful soul. Are you ready? Because I can't see if you have it up yet.
Well, you may take it from me that the news from Germany is the very best news that we have had since the war. Ever since 1918. We, like all the other powers, have been behaving just as badly as we possibly could. Well, now, when Germany was defeated, when Germany fell, they went and they sat on Germany's head. And they kept sitting on Germany's head. Although it was quite evident to any sensible person that they couldn't go on like that forever. Then there came a very intelligent gentleman named Adolf Hitler, and he, knowing perfectly well that the powers would not fight, he snapped his fingers at the Treaty of Versailles. That was what got him a vote of 95% of the whole population of Germany, even including the very people whom he'd been treating rather hard. Just exactly as if we in England had been in the same position, as if the powers had beaten us and sat on our heads. Man who had the gumption to see that we might get up on our legs and defy all those old treaties, he would be the most popular man in England. There can be no peace in the world until there is peace between England, France, Germany, Russia, the United States, and all the big powers of the West.
One. Yeah, that was him defending Hitler in the early era of Hitler starting to try to round people up right before World War II started. One. This is the guy that they consider basically the founder of the modern movement. For theater and entertainment. It's a really important thing to note what he really was.
You must all know half a dozen people at least who are no use in this world, who are more trouble than they are worth. Just put him there and say, sir or madam, now will you be kind enough to justify your existence? If you can't justify your existence, if you're not pulling your weight in the social vote, if you're not producing as much as you consume, or perhaps a little more, then clearly we cannot use the big organization of our society for the purpose of keeping you alive, because your life does not benefit us and it can't be of very much use to yourself.
Anything?
That's what I'm wondering. Maybe. Don't know.
This is the guy they consider the head of the theater movement and the father of modern thinking. Do you think this is an accident, the culture we're in right now? And by the way, I know family members of his descendants. In fact, I had personal run-ins with his freaking nephew. But that's a whole other story, and a long one at that. And that goes back to his nephew being in politics for a while and me getting kicked out of a mayor's office for, as Mom said, Murphy Browning him when I was 12 years old. Yeah. Oh, I've been studying this stuff since I was little. I know exactly what's been going on in the world. There's a lot of it there you can find if you actually spend the time to research. Basically, Wookiee and Senate, that's, I think, the basis you're going to get to describing him. That whole speech, I'll
basically.
That whole speech, if I can find the whole video of it, he literally said you should have to, at the beginning of it that was missing on that one, he said you should have to go to the government to do this and that they should execute you if you can't justify your existence. Yeah. Charming man. But he's the father of modern thinking, and he's considered to be a great philosophical thought mind. This is now giving you a glimpse of the kind of stuff I do when I'm not on here, doesn't it? And just how deep I go into this world. Right? I'm not naive too much. Now, you know who Rudyard Kipling was, right? Hoster? Hoster?
Sorry, I had to check on something. I heard a thud in the bathroom and I thought she fucking slipped and fell in the shower or something.
Okay. So, you know who Rudyard Kipling was, right? Yes? No? Maybe so?
Yeah. Wasn't he the guy who wrote the Jungle Book?
Mm-hmm. Do you know who the Fenian socialists are?
What? Yeah.
What Fenian socialist was?
Fenian. What?
It is a movement of the 1800s that they renamed into a progressive. It was early eugenicism under the American political system. Kipling was one of their founding members who turned on them. He said he realized it was evil.
Huh.
He wrote a poem when he changed. It's actually one of my favorites, called The Gods of the Copybook Headings. I can pull that up for you too, actually. I have that saved on here too. No, I don't have the stuff database here at all.
Not exactly Eldritch knowledge, but it sure is. It sure is historically interesting.
But it's important to understand the world around us is too. And I think Wookiee's learning a little bit more about me tonight because I don't usually go this deep into stuff on here. But this is a fight I've been involved in for a long time, and so Gods of the Copybook Headings. Well, why don't I go ahead and just read this one out here a sec?
Go for it.
Because this one's a very pointed social poem. And I think in a lot of ways is best. As I pass through my incarnations in every age and race, I make my proper prostrations to the gods of the marketplace. Peering through reverent fingers, I watch them flourish and fall. And the gods of the copybook headings, I notice outlasted them all. We were living in trees when they met us. They showed us each in turn that water would certainly wet us, as fire would certainly burn. But we found them lacking in uplift, vision, and breath to mind, so we left them to teach gorillas while we followed the march of mankind. We moved as the spirit listed, they never altered their pace, being neither cloud nor windborne like the gods of the marketplace. But they always caught up with our progress, and presently word would come that a tribe had been wiped off its ice field, or the lights had gone out in Rome. With the hopes that our world is built on, they were utterly out of touch. They denied that the moon was Stilton. They denied she was even Dutch. They denied that wishes were horses. They denied that pigs had wings. So we worshiped the gods of the market who promised these beautiful things. When the Cambrian measures were forming, they promised perpetual peace. They swore if we gave them our weapons that the wars of the tribes would cease. But when we disarmed, they sold us, delivered and bound to our foe, as the gods of the copybook heading said, stick to the devil you know. On the first Famian sandstones, we were promised the fuller life, which would start by loving our neighbor and ended by loving his wife. Till our women had no more children, and the men lost reason and faith, and the gods of the copybook heading said the wages of sin is death. In the envious epoch, we were promised abundance for all, by robbing selected Peter to pay for collected Paul. But though we had plenty of money, there was nothing our money could buy, and the gods of the copybook headings said, if you don't work, you will die. Then the gods of the market tumbled, and their smooth-tongued wizards withdrew, and the hearts of the meanest were humbled, and began to believe it was true, that all is the gold that glitters, and 2 and 2 make 4, and the gods of the copybook headings limped up to explain it once more. As it will be in the future, it was in the birth of man. There are only 4 things certain as social progress began: that the dog will return to his vomit, and the sow return to her mire, and the burnt fool's bandaged finger goes wobbling back to the fire. And after that, this is accomplished, and the brave new world begins, when all men are paid for existence, and no man must pay for his sins. As surely as the water will wet us, and as surely as the fire will burn, the gods of the copybook headings with terror and slaughter return.
Holy shapely Shoggoth shit.
Very pointed, isn't it?
No fucking shit. This is quite relevant.
It really does warn you what
Of
their
all the
entire
stupidity
purpose
that
was.
I've seen in the past few weeks, nothing seems more relevant.
Everything in the world makes sense when you realize that he was writing this about the fact that the so-called marketplace of freedom was actually built on people who were pushing socialism in that era. It was built on the fact that Kipling saw that Wells and Sanger and the Rockefellers and all of them were a lie, and that they wanted control. It was an absolute blast to the people he used to serve. And if you read it, you can also hear that he came to faith. Because how many biblical references did he use in speaking out against it?
There's at least several in there.
And that poem, even though I've known it for decades, makes me shiver every time I read it.
It's even more so prevalent today. Now more than ever.
It becomes that way more and more as culture is being pushed that way. Do you know what the Overton window is?
No, but I'm pretty sure you're going to enlighten me.
Overton window is a concept from the old days. It basically meant that the way to change the culture was to slide it that way naturally. The graph line of the Overton window is that this is where society is, and this is where we want it. Let's move from right to left. I'm doing that as right to left because it looks more that way in the camera. So you would start here as the culture. Some people would want it here. And your group wants it way over here. So to move it to this direction, what you would do is slowly tweak it so where society is moves until the goalpost point was passed and you were beyond the worst that was considered despicable and extremist in the old days. Would change by slowly changing the culture and shifting the window over generations. You get the point? It was
seems rather clear.
It basically was the term for what became Alinsky's tactics. It is the term for changing culture to change minds by basically propagandizing and brainwashing the next generation bit by bit by bit. The people who came up with these things in those old days, they didn't believe they would change culture in their generation. They didn't believe they would change it in the next one. Their goal was to change it eventually. And that's what it's been doing for the last about 160 years since the Famian movement started. Now, yes, I am a nerd.
Really,
I'm a
that
history
is,
nerd. It's chilling, isn't it?
yeah, it really is, and it's rather unnervingly interesting. It's especially how prevalent it is in society, like right now. I mean, you can clearly see it plain as day right now, but it was getting pointed at all the way back then and getting ousted back then.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking wow.
I grew up in a family that wanted me to know everything that I could know. We're a family of faith, but we also believed that the only way to argue for our faith was to know what we were arguing against. We were encouraged to find everything we could find culturally of anything and study it.
That makes sense, because if you can't make an argument about the culture that you're trying to argue with or take down or whatever you're trying to do, that you at least need to be well informed.
I had to remember the verse number here. It goes back to my faith here in this. And it's actually Matthew. Okay, I had to verify the number here. In Matthew 10:16, biblically, Jesus warned his followers that our greatest falling in life would be our lack of knowledge of the world around us. That he told them, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves. Be ye therefore as wise as serpents and as harmless or innocent as doves, depending on which translation you look at. In other words, you will never be able to fight this world if you do not know what you're fighting. And our greatest failing we will have as in the Christian church and movement is naivete about the world around you. It's interesting how that's one of the most avoided verses in most churches, even though it's the one that's most poignant to what we're actually supposed to be doing. Which is why I have a lot of problems with people who claim to be of my faith. They don't know what they're actually supposed to be living.
That's why I have a lot of problems. Exactly. That's one of the reasons I actually have a problem with churches now. I'm glad you brought up that verse, because yeah, you're right. They bring up that verse at all. It's completely avoided.
And in
Like
fact,
the
most
plague,
churches
it's
try to tell
avoided.
you that you're imbuing evil if you research different cultures, which isn't true. There's a difference between learning about what's actually going on in the world versus actually supporting or defending it. But yeah, I can sit here and bullshit around and goof off or rant about my sexual habits or other stuff. The truth is, I am a deep thinker in my private life. And these are the things I deal with, I think about, I worry about, I fight with.
I'm seeing the real Rosetta now.
Well, the thing is that both sides are a part of the real me, but it's hard for me to open up this stuff usually because A, people do not handle it well. B, I deal with this dark crap so much that I kind of sometimes need the escape away from it.
You're talking to a guy who actually wants to chance actually seeing the Codex Gigas in real life. And I don't deal with dark enough stuff. I think I can handle it.
My godson survived 2 abortions forced on his mom against her will. When she was 15.
Sweet Jesus titty sentiment. That's
the stuff that I deal with in the real world. The
2 abortions?
The doctor told her something was wrong with the pregnancy and went in and cut his head open. When that failed, he shot the saline in. It went through him. That's why he lived, and burned her. Took her 15 years of medical treatments and surgeries to conceive again.
And you wonder why.
Mm-hmm. There's a world a lot of people don't want to admit exists. That's there. And since this is the stuff I deal with in my outreach and the church work and mission work I do, I've dealt with a lot of things that some people don't want to hear and deal with, but it's also, by the time I get on here, I'm usually burned and stressed dealing with that stuff.
Well, this is the. I'm glad I actually get to see this in you instead of the whole jiggle your tits, cock tease, usual.
Oh, I like that side of me too. Don't get me wrong, but
this is really refreshing, and I kind of enjoy this a lot more actually.
My godson. Do you remember when they had the whole issue a while back when they started coming out with video footage of people who were working at Planned Parenthood admitting that, yeah, they were selling the baby's parts and stuff like that, and the media kind of covered it up? Or they claimed that the videos were doctored. Did you ever watch the full videos?
No.
I did.
Never.
Because it was the local Planned Parenthood that was paying that doctor who tried to kill my godson. I did. Those videos were hours long. There was no doctoring. They flat out said every single thing that was played and then some. They weren't coached into saying it. I watched those videos because of what happened to him. And then I had nightmares about what happened to him. Because I watched those videos. This is the world people don't understand. And it's not pleasant. When I tell people that, decent people can find somewhere in the middle where we can try to preserve and protect and embody and care for every life we can. I mean that. When I have said to people that if you really believe there should be some ability for medical situations and stuff like that, or those
You okay?
situations for abortions, they should. That's a discussion to have, but it should not be done through that group because of what they are. Yeah, I remember bits and pieces of that part. And yeah, Hillary's evil. I've been close enough to her to know what feeling she gave my spine when I got close to her. Anyone who gives me that feeling, I start questioning it. And by the way, to everybody on the other side, Trump's daughter gives me the same shiver up my spine, and she's friends with Cecile Richards, who headed Planned Parenthood for decades. So it's not a party issue. Although, to be fair, Trump's daughter is a Democrat, although everybody tries to act like she's the same person as everyone else. She is absolutely slime. And I know that pisses off people on both sides when I say that. I don't really care. She makes my skin crawl. And I've been
Well,
close
there
to her
went
too.
another spike in internet.
Well, let's wonder if Wookie actually heard me during that time.
I'm telling you, we're hitting nerves tonight.
But this is the stuff that I've dealt with for a long time. There's a reason I can't imbue myself with either party. And it's partly because I do live in the political hotbed of Iowa, and I've dealt with almost every political leader in this country personally. And I've seen what they are. Athena, get out of there. I don't trust much because of what I've not just been through myself, but because of what I've seen.
I don't.
There's a movie that, whether you're pro-life or pro-choice, I think every person needs to watch. Because it really didn't change the actual person's story. The movie's called October Baby. This movie is
October
a true
Baby?
story. Yes. This is a true story about a girl who was trying to find out who her family was because she was adopted, and found out that she survived the abortion but was supposed to be a twin. And she actually meets with the nurse who left the industry because of what she saw happen to the twin, the one who saved her when she was dying as a baby after.
October Baby.
Mm-hmm. And it is one of the most, I mean, I've dealt with the woman this is based on. I've dealt with the family involved and the nurse. This is one of the most accurate to life, true tale versions of these things that's ever been made that I've found. on either side. It's really interesting though, because there is one person I don't know if I expected actually to be in that movie when they said they were going to make it, that actually ended up playing the nurse and actually giving the big speech about what she witnessed that day and all that. And whether or not you recognize the name, I guess, depends on how much you know about 80s sitcoms.
Go for it.
Jasmine Guy.
No fucking way.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out.
I didn't expect Little Miss Hillary, as she was known, Little Miss Rich, spoiled, liberal bitch that she was in that show, to ever be the one for that character. Especially
that was crazy.
I know she was in Touched by an Angel, but she was also the demon in that was always trying to kill everybody. You know?
Yeah.
But I've never. Her part in that movie will make your freaking hair stand on end. She played the part beautifully and emotionally. And it is chilling. Because the speech that was given to the girl by the nurse, they did word for word, including the details of what the nurse witnessed the baby's going through. Yeah.
This is insane. This is...
So it is a movie I've tried to get more people to buy and find, and surprised when it was released, none of the theaters would carry it, and almost no store would.
Yeah, I bet you could probably find it on Amazon or eBay or...
Mm-hmm. And yes, I keep shivering talking about this stuff because this is the stuff I deal with that makes my skin and my soul twinge, you know? October Baby hit me personally because of my godson. Because they talked about the way he was injured and the fact that the nurse had to save him when he was a baby after all that. When he was born, he was barely over a pound. One of the youngest and smallest to ever survive in history. Yeah, when she starts talking about this little baby and what had been done to it and trying to keep it alive, that hit me, you know? Because it's real.
It's over 5 hours. You think I should make this a part 2 so it uploads?
It'll upload up to 12 hours. It's 12 hours they cut off on YouTube.
Oh.
You're okay. But I mean, there's a whole world that a lot of places don't know. A lot of people don't know. That movie is one that will absolutely, I know people on both sides who are still on both sides who bawled their eyes out watching it. Partly because they knew it was real. And it also deals with the girl's complete and utter breakdown, finding out her mother wanted her to die. And she did.
Yeah. I was one of those kids who actually won a writing contest for Holocaust awareness when I was growing up. I wish I still had this fucking book. And the thing that I got was I actually got to meet the guy who wrote the book that I actually got. It was I saw Buchenwald, and he was a paratrooper who actually parachuted into Buchenwald, and I wish I still had that fucking book.
Okay, I might as well say this out loud here. See, part of the reason why all this stuff has hit me is because I started researching this stuff when I was young.
Yeah.
Because my suicide. I am the survivor line of Wounded Knee. My grandfather, a few generations back, as a child, climbed out from under the pile of burning bodies with a gunshot wound in his leg.
Wow. That sounds really familiar.
It's been written about the kid that did it. That's my family. I'm related to Chief Crazy Horse. When you look at the information on the Trail of Tears and stuff, they talk about the band of Indian double agents that were rescuing women and children and smuggling them to different tribes to take them in.
Oh.
That would be the main one that started that band, who convinced them to do it because he knew it was the only way they were going to save some of these people. That would be Standing Soldier. There's a reason that's important. The agent had a son, Andrew Standing Soldier. If you go to Crazy Horse and go to the museum, there's an entire wing of his paintings and his artwork. He was the one who painted the mural around the original visitor center when they first started working on it. It's my dad's great uncle. When I tell people that I'm not trying I'm not trying to get emotional with people, or I'm not trying to tout my heritage and stuff that I talk about being Sioux all the time, or refer to tribal words all the time. I'm not. There's times it irritates me that so many people don't understand that I really am, despite how pale I am, a mixed child, a native. Because I grew up in this culture. And my heritage is a lot of who I am as a person. Partly also because those traumas combined with the medical experimentation and IHS that happens on the tribe is why a lot of my medical issues exist. So my heritage plays a huge part of me. I don't know which tussle he's talking about. That's kind of curious on that, but I don't do it because I'm trying to show off, and I've been accused of that one. But the reason why I try, when I first meet people that are new, you'll catch me try to say, I pet you, or shte, one canton can kichi un to them through the medley of the panels. You're supposed to bless those you are getting to know. You're supposed to wish good for them, try to give good to them. The closest to a direct translation for what I just said is, I bid you good day. May the Great Spirit bless you. It's an emotional thing,
Yeah.
but it's also cultural, spiritual, religious, why I try to do it. Oh, that argument. I love OG to death, but I don't agree with her about everything about our culture. And that's really, really interesting because we're both parts of the Lakota tribes. Her family's Rosebud, mine's Pine Ridge, both of it's part of South Dakota. We don't agree on everything about our cultures. We are friendly with each other, but we don't agree with each other on everything. Okay, so we'll say it that way, okay? And I've gotten into discussions and arguments with her on stuff before, but the problem I've run into is
I got an idea.
that,
Turn off the camera real quick. If you can hear me.
okay, yeah,
It may be taking up, since we're getting all these spikes, it may be messing with bandwidth or something. Now it's just the avatars.
but
Hey, it looks like it fixed. That's weird.
one thing I have noticed, and I don't say this with any malice, I don't think most people mean it with any malice. I think it's just a habitual thing. But I've noticed inside and outside of the community, people tend, when a discussion thread happens and me and OG both get tagged in, they look at our avatars, they ignore my comments, and they go to hers because I look paler. And there's even been some of these threads where she's told people to listen to me as well, even as I'm disagreeing with her. But I've always kind of taken a bit of that, being pale and native. You're not native enough, especially from other minorities.
Like, you're like OG Star Wars girl?
Mm-hmm.
I follow her.
Her roots are Rosebud, which is right along South Dakota to Nebraska border, right next to Pine Ridge.
Which is near
Pine
Sioux
Ridge.
Nation.
That is Sioux Nation. Rosebud's one of the Sioux reservations. My roots are Pine Ridge.
Right. My bad.
My roots are Pine Ridge.
My bad.
Which is also Sioux, which is also Lakota, but they are different subsect tribes. So when we talk, me and her, and we argue and debate about cultural stuff, we're arguing and debating about the differences between minutely different tribes and ways things have been interpreted and understood by the descendants of the tribe since. You know? But that's one of the reasons that I kind of connected to her in some ways, is because, yeah, we're both Dakota girls that are from the Lakota tribe. And that's also why when I get to some of my stuff here, let's see if I can find this a sec. And please don't mind me some. I am definitely a little overworked at this moment. We talk about cultural stuff. Here, how about this one? Do you know what that is?
Hold on a sec. Let me.
You remember the bones I
Um,
had the other day?
yeah, that's one of those bison bones.
That's what I use them for as artwork. That's a tribal thing. That's one of my pieces. As is that. Do you know what this is made out of? Do you see the hoop shape? You there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm gonna blow this up real quick. Yeah,
Do you see the hoop shape? It's not.
yeah,
You can tell it's not a normal one, obviously, right?
yeah.
The hoop here is actually a bangle bracelet from a flea market that I rebuilt and then wire wrapped and then added beads I frogged off freaking broken jewelry at that same flea market and then used yarn cording for the center. It's all recycled goods off of flea market broken jewelry.
Huh.
All of it. And then a spool of cheap floral wire. That's it. Does that have enough of a cultural pop to it? Yeah.
Oh, I don't think it resonates at all culturally anywhere. No, I'm totally kidding. Yeah, of course it does.
Hey, butterfly.
Yes, I didn't think she got the memo that I was gonna try to go for 8 hours.
I understand that, Wookie. My problem is, honestly, while we can all say things that kick off tinderboxes of fights, we can't blame ourselves for the reaction that Tinderbox has later. There's a couple different communities I am in that a comment of mine asking for civility started a thread that turned into a war that became a several week war that broke 3 communities.
Was
Yeah.
this the straw that broke the fandom?
No, this wasn't fandom. This separated 3 different sub communities in the comic groups away from each other by the end of it.
So it did.
This is not fandom Minnesota. This is comic communities. There were 3 different subsect communities that I was in that ended up warring. And the interesting thing is they were all warring. All of them thought they were defending me on all 3 sides. And all I did was ask for civility. I haven't decided yet to laugh or cry about that situation.
We're a little over 5.5 hours.
But
Get your head out of my drink, cat.
now you can tell that I'm a bit of a deep thinker, actually, aren't I?
Well, I knew you had a brain in there. It's just when you unwrap it around your tits, maybe.
That's not what I want wrapped around those.
Never mind. Yeah, I had a feeling you were gonna say that.
You
but,
set it right up. What do you want from me? What do you want from me?
Yeah, I did. I did set it. I did set that up way too well for you not to quip
I think
back
that's
like
the
that.
duality,
So.
though. that I have is that this side is an intensely real part of who I am as a person. But
And that's
that
that's
over sexual side, that submissive side that I hid for so long, that's recently started to come out, is also an incredibly intense part of the core of who I am.
I've always found books fascinating, especially when they talk of stories about the duality of man. And it's funny this conversation comes up tonight. And the way you present it to us. Because I know the struggles, because I've had anger issues on and off my whole life. You can ask anybody around me.
Do you want to know how old I was the first time I beat up a bully? You want to guess?
No. But I got a feeling you're going to tell me anyway.
I'll take a guess.
I mean,
Why not?
we still got like 3 hours, so.
Because I was a bit of a brawler as a kid. I was a street fighter. It was self-defensive. I never started fights. I was always defending myself or others. But yeah, I was a bit of a fighter. But the first time that I took on a bully, guess an age.
Seven, 8.
Way too old. My mom tells this story because it's before my memory of her 2-year-old daughter knocking out the boy that was chasing around her siblings with a pipe.
Wow.
No, I don't have a temper. I don't like to fight. I had a tendency to end up in fights, and they would go and tell their parents or the authorities that my older brothers beat them up. Because they didn't want to admit the squirrely little girl did it.
And there brings up another issue that gets underlined.
Mm-hmm. There was an interesting one that happened. I was about 6 or 7 at the time.
I mean, it's getting a little more. I'm sorry, but it's getting a little more prevalent now that the whole blown out of the water.
Mm-hmm. But I was about 6 or 7 at the time, and this group of boys jumped me and my brothers when we were at the park. I'm the youngest of 4. My brothers are the oldest 2 of the 4. Take care, Butter, sweetie. And they took my brother's aluminum bat from him and were trying to hit him with it. Physics is your friend. Physics is your friend. When somebody swings at you, you use their own force against them to hit them.
Oh yeah.
If somebody swings a bat at you, you flip so that they miss, and you use the propelling speed that they're already using on you, and you snap it so it hits them instead. It's not hard.
That's the whole idea around Aikido.
Mm-hmm. That's what happened. They started trying to hit my brother. I stepped between, and they swung the bat at the little girl. I'd sidestep, and
Y-
by the time they dropped the bat, the guy that was swinging it had gotten hit in both knees and the crotch with it.
Wow.
We went home. The fight was over. They all ran. We went home. We've been home not very long when the police showed up because he went and told the cops that my older brother beat him with the bat. And I remember sitting there, and this cop was yelling at him and yelling at him, and I'm sitting there going, and he keeps trying to tell this cop, I didn't do it. I never touched him. He doesn't have those welts from me. And if I'm standing next to my brother, and I was short for my age when I was a little kid. I really shot up a huge amount about the age of 9. I kind of went from not even 4 foot to the 5.5 feet range in a very short time, you know? So I was really short as a little kid. And about time my brother goes, hey, over and over. I got fed up and went, hey, he didn't do it. And the cop just looks at me. And then who did? I did. His head goes down and he looks at me a sec and looks at my brother. And my brother's sitting there going, looks over at the kid, and the kid looks at me and starts trying to hide behind his dad. This cop must have looked between the 3 of us about 4 or 5 times. Head went back in full laughter, laughing his ass off. Walked off, never saw the cop again. In the moment he realized that this tough guy that was complaining about my brother had gotten his ass kicked by this tiny little girl. They never came back.
And shut down.
Just go re-listen to the last few seconds of it, because the end of that story is priceless.
Last couple seconds, huh?
The last few seconds of the story about time you got glitched out.
Son of a bitch.
And
she actually meets with the nurse.
No, that's not it.
That's way back. Wow.
The one
You only need a few seconds.
All right, here we go. Close enough. Close enough I can get with the case on it.
Hey, he didn't do it. And the cop just looks at me. Then who did? I did. His head goes down and he looks at me a sec and looks at my brother. My brother's sitting there going, looks over at the kid, and the kid looks at me and starts trying to hide behind his dad. This cop must have looked between the 3 of us about 4 or 5 times. Head went back in full laughter, laughing his ass off. Walked off, never saw the cop again. The moment he realized that this tough guy that was complaining about my brother had gotten his ass kicked by this tiny little girl.
Okay. All right.
You okay, sir?
Oh my God. Okay. A little delayed, but oh shit.
You can pop the other play now.
Last couple seconds, huh?
There you go. You can shut off your other there. No, I mean, I didn't get in any trouble as a kid.
I keep looking back and I'm kind of wondering, I really was the monster.
Why?
Because it seems like I always started the fights. Maybe I truly was the bully and didn't even realize I was.
It happens. We don't always know in our youth the idiotic things we do. I can tell you now that I'm a little more coherent why I'm, and it's not just missing hubby, but part of why I'm so emotional today. It is now officially Tuesday, right?
Yes.
September 1st, right?
I'm glad I don't have to wrench for the Valkyries this morning, because I'm definitely not going to make it.
September 1st, right?
Yeah.
It's my niece's birthday. It's also the first anniversary of my grandfather's passing.
Wow. So all of this is just culminating into one big well of sadness. Holy shit balls.
I have something I carry with me at all times. One sec here. Yes, I turned off the camera. I didn't feel like bending over with my butt in the camera. You tell me why somebody would carry this in their purse.
Hold on. I don't know.
My grandfather, between his time serving in Korea, his time as a drill sergeant in the military, Army Corps, nation building, working with veteran services, and then volunteering with veteran services when they were forced him to retire because of his age. When we added it all together, when he passed away, he served over 70 years.
And the bullet casing
was given to me by the military off of the 21 gun salute.
That makes sense. It's the same round.
This stays with me. This hasn't left me since he passed and we had the funeral.
I've always wanted to do something like this, like get stories from like war veterans and talk to them.
So,
like hear war stories.
In my tribe, part of why I'm working on the Eagle book is because in my tribe, bald eagles are a representation of guardian angels. Your interactions with them are supposed to be messages from the Great Spirit.
That's what I gather.
The morning of his funeral, there were a few things to note. Because where I am in the mountains here, we don't get eagles here often.
You did that day.
We did, but there's more to it. When we started the morning, his funeral was in the small town I was born in. About 1,500 people in this town, okay?
Okay.
The church was packed solid with people standing around outside trying to hear. When we left the church services for the funeral to head to the cemetery, the entire street of the town, from the church all the way out, partway down the highway towards the intersection a few miles away, was lined in people saluting him as we went by.
That's powerful right there.
When we got about 2/3 of the way out to the cemetery, which is out in a much smaller, more rural town than that one, because it's the original place where he and Grandma got together, was out in that area because it's on the edge of the reservation. We were really, really close to the cemetery when I noticed there was an eagle flying along beside us, watching us. Yeah.
Fucking wow.
Grandpa was 90 and I wasn't ready to lose him. I was Grandpa's girl. He was the most amazing cross of an absolute high-class, educated military gentleman, sophisticated art lover, and redneck hunter you would ever meet. Who does this actually kind of sound like? Other than the military part. I learned color theory and all this other stuff from him. Because when I was little, my seizures were caused by extremely hyper brain waves that would actually literally overload my brain, like an overheated computer. That's why I have the scars, is because it actually burned into the tissue from how hot the brain got going too fast. Most of the people in the family couldn't handle me. And when they all started to get too annoyed with trying to deal with me, he would sneak off to the garage with me and spend hours teaching me different ways of making art, color theory, literature, history. Me and Grandpa, while the rest of the family hung out. Yeah.
And that's where your art comes from.
Yeah. That's where a lot of who I am came from.
So that's where every time you even color in some of those pages that you're so nicely working on right now, by the way, I might add.
Thank you.
It reminds you of him.
In a lot of ways. In a lot of ways it does. Because it's difficult to imagine, to conceive, to any of that. But what I am is taken largely from him, yes. I was Grandpa's girl. And that's what set off what led to my eventual emotional breakdown last year, where basically I learned to cry. because I didn't cry.
And this stuff that your grandpa instilled in you drives you to do what you do today, to this very day.
A lot of it, yeah. Grandpa was my inspiration in a lot of ways, and I was really close to him. He was the biggest smartass and the most psycho sense of humor, and he would do almost anything for a laugh. And I remember one of his last birthdays that we had, I gave him a shirt that just said, "If you met my family, you'd understand." And my aunt got all huffy and, like, what's that supposed to mean? And he turns around, smiles, and goes, "You don't know you're proving it right now, sweetie." Didn't miss a beat. But, okay, do you know the wake-up glasses they build for the elderly drivers? The ones that if your head droops, they'll set off an alarm?
Yeah.
Grandpa got a pair of those.
Huh.
Not for driving.
Sorry.
He went down to his favorite diner. He sat there, calm as could be, wearing these little glasses, smiling, waiting, watching. Just when everyone was relaxed and nobody was paying any attention or looking his direction, he would go and watch everyone jump out of their skin as the alarm started blaring. And he did this for quite a while. And my mom was watching this, and she sit there talking about the fact that what she'd literally see was him sit there watching, really closely paying attention to everyone. No one's looking at him. Grin from ear to ear. Drop. And about that time, you'd hear from the kitchen, "Fred, knock it off!"
Oh gosh. He sounded like a hell of a man.
I remember he liked to tease his wife, so this was the kind of playful stuff, you know. She was never a very big fan of how hyper I was. Do you remember Return to Oz?
Yeah.
Remember TikTok?
Yeah, the clockwork. Yeah.
Okay. I'm very much a gothic kid at heart. It came out when I was a few years old. It was my favorite as a kid. I liked
Actually,
the
that's one of
swapping
my
heads.
yeah.
I liked the swapping
Mombi.
heads and all that dark stuff.
Mombi.
Okay? Yeah. Which, by the way, the woman who played her was also the one who played
Mombi
Bad
scared the
Morda.
hell out of a lot of kids.
It's the same one who played the Bad Morda in Willow, by the way.
Yeah, that's true. And I
But
believe
that was one of my favorites. So TikTok was all about when he got too wound down, you had to rewind him.
yeah.
Robot. My grandpa decided he was going to tease grandma by convincing me that I had one of these too when I was really little. So everybody in the family, in the family would be sitting there trying to get me to calm down, and right as I would calm down, he'd sit there and go, "Hey, Seth, come here. Shh, come here. Come here a sec. Here, 1 sec." And he'd act like he's winding me up, and he'd go, "There you go, lots of energy. Go get your grandma."
What a fucking card. Yeah.
At about that time, I'd start running off and I'd hear, "Frank!" He loved to see how many people he could get to scream his name in agony. Grandma was a little more cultured. Grandpa was both. And he loved his redneck stuff. One of the things she hated the most that he liked was singing bass. Remember those?
Oh, I hate those damn things. But I do.
She didn't like him. He did. He collected them from every company that made them with different music, different stuff.
There's a reason I knew about the Oz thing too, because I am not only am I a Lovecraft aficionado, I was obsessed with the Wizard of Oz for the longest time. That and Alice in Wonderland.
Which both writers actually make my skin crawl if you research them, but that's another story.
Oh yeah,
I love
without
both. But both
without
writers
a
are
doubt.
freaking psycho. But
Oh yes.
so he had a whole bunch of these fish. He decided one day he wanted to have a little fun. He went through his house and rigged these so they were completely invisible, but would still trigger in every doorway in the house. So every time she tried to go anywhere, one of them would start going off, and she couldn't find it to turn it off.
That's crazy. Oh my god. I'd love to meet this. I would love this man. It's like,
He
I would have had a blast with this dude.
in his sense of humor. Okay, so we put together this 4 generations of family photo session. Well, actually 5 at this point because of the great greats down. Yeah. They put together a few years before he passed away here, where we got together as many as we could out of his kids, grandkids, great grandkids, and all that, right?
Uh-huh.
And even though everyone let Grandpa know we were going to do this photo session for him. This was all about, we could all remember how much we love you, our connection to you. Do you know what shirt he showed up wearing for these photos?
I don't know.
Who the hell are all these people, and why are they
That
calling
same
me
shirt.
Grandpa? Who the hell are all these people, and why are they calling me Grandpa?
Oh my god. I love this man. Oh.
I loved him so much. And just over a year before he died, my dad's cousin, her husband passed away. They were different parts of the family, and she's from the older part of that generation, so they're pretty close to Grandpa and Grandma in age. Her husband died, and actually so did her son-in-law within 2 days of each other. And we were dealing with his funeral and stuff, and I went into the mountains that morning to de-stress before going to the funeral. And we found the newborn baby bison learning to walk and photographed it together. The cutest little wobbly thing. And I got this picture of it where you could see that its legs were buckling and it was almost falling on its face because it was still trying to figure out how to walk because it was literally minutes old. And I took the picture and we went to the funeral and we were sitting there. Tribal events, you don't have anything good or bad as a tribal event without having a big family potluck after. That's just how it is. Okay?
Yeah.
And we're sitting there talking, hanging out with this, and Grandpa was very forlorn. He'd lost his best friend a few months before that, and Rod, her husband, was his closest friend he had left at that point. So he just lost his 2 closest friends in the world and was feeling like the oldest one left. He is a bit forlorn and dark at that point, if you can tell. I walked over, opened up the camera, and flipped around until I found that picture and showed it to him and said, "Hey, Grandpa, you know what's interesting? I found a bison that walks as well as you do." He starts laughing hysterically as all the people at this table are staring like. He starts laughing hysterically, wraps his arms around me, and goes, "I know, I love my girl." Because I was acting like him. Anything for a laugh, no matter how offensive. So, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just.
So right after that, he starts, and he's looking at me, and they're going, everybody here, yes, you are becoming as evil and twisted as me. I have spent almost 89 years training everyone in this family to be as crazy as I am. He was proud that he had a legacy in that sarcasm and that cruel wit.
Which is basically dying at this point. And it's sad.
But he always made me laugh. He always did. I
guess I just missed the days of blatant, unapologetic humor.
I had a shirt I could wear for a long time. I kind of retired and let my husband have. But it said all the people that drive me the most nuts are in my family. And I had a bunch of nuts acting like they were escaped from a mental institution.
Oh, I think I've seen that shirt before.
Grandpa loved that shirt. He did. He loved it. He was proud of me every time I wore that shirt.
See, this is the kind of stuff we're really trying to do, or that we're really trying to fight for. The culture
Mm-hmm.
and everything.
Absolute crazy stunts. And you'd ask him why, and he'd go, to screw with you.
To screw with you because it was funny.
Mm-hmm. But this hasn't left my side since the funeral.
That is crazy. And that is some dedication, too. I mean,
it stays with me. It stays in my purse. It's my connection to him. When Rod died, it coincided with the release of the video for Imperfection from Evanescence. Do you know what one of the main lines in that song is? So many things I would have told you if I knew that I was never going to see you again.
That's off the new.
That was from the video release off of Synthesis, yes. When Grandpa died, it coincided almost to the day with the release of the video for Supernova from Within, which is about her grieving over a lost family member. And repeatedly says, I'm waiting for your last goodbye because I'm not over this. Which I knew the song before that video, but it hit, you know?
Hit like a sack of hammers.
The last concert I went to before he passed away was Within Temptation. It was that concert.
Get the fuck out of town.
And
really?
Yeah.
That's ironic as shit.
it hit me a lot, and I've kind of become kind of latched onto that song a lot. I think for obvious reasons. I was assaulted at that concert. Then again, considering where the concert was and what's going
You
on
was
in
what?
that area, I was assaulted at that concert. By a drunk who decided that I wasn't supposed to be hiding my eyes from the strobes because I wasn't giving the band the attention they deserved. I have a history of seizures. I blindfold myself while we listen, and my husband watches out for me. Make sense? This guy decided that wasn't good enough.
Yeah.
So this girl who's been trampled before, who has post-traumatic issues with being touched from behind, while I was blindfolded, grabbed me by the hair, pulled me backwards, and dumped his drink down my head. To which I flew up, flipped backwards, grabbed him by his shirt, twisted it, ripped it in the pants forward, and dumped the ice bottle of water down his fucking balls. Guess who was meaner? That was about the time my husband started trying to pull me back. That was probably about the time he went, she's going to fucking kill him. You know what's interesting about that concert? I was in the top back of the balcony. So I was a ways from the stage, right? I was really glad one of the videos that people posted of the performance got pulled by the company and copyrighted off of the channel. Because when I looked at the footage of the concert that people posted a few days after, from this video recorded from the front of her, you could hear me cussing him out in the background over the speakers.
Wow.
Don't set somebody's PTSD off. I was really glad that video got pulled. Because I know what phrases I said. And holy crap, I was being inventive. It didn't hit me what happened when it happened. I flew into a defense mode. I hit him back. We got him expelled from the place. We dealt with him. Finished the concert. Headed out. Walked a few blocks to where the car was parked. Got into the car and drove about halfway across the city to the hotel, and I started shaking so hard I could barely breathe. Adrenaline crash. I was trampled as a kid. I was knocked down from behind and walked on by about 2,000 drunks. He pulled me from behind.
Wow. That's insane. Is there anybody still alive in this chat?
So I freaked. But considering the city that happened in, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised how fucked up that city is. Minneapolis.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I've had some really weird experiences. But the music there tied to me pretty profoundly. And it really hit me. I track eagles and I photograph them because I feel like I'm doing something for my lineage, my roots, and my faith, you know?
Yeah.
Last year, when my mom was going through the worst of her medical stuff, and I was still coming out of all of that medical crap, and I had just gotten back from dealing with that freaking concert and being assaulted and all this other stuff. And I was absolutely broken down. I went to visit one of the family of eagles that I photograph. And she flew down and landed in a branch just a little bit above me. Turned around and pulled one of the feathers out of her tail feathers and dropped it at my feet. Do you know how significant it's supposed to be culturally for an eagle to give you their feather?
Yeah. It's supposed to be like a sign of isn't it prosperity or good luck?
Honor. Feathers are used to honor those who are considered to be serving the Great Spirit. When you keep the feathers in the tribe, it's the equivalent to basically like having a medal of bravery. When I was going through all that trauma, there was one left at my feet. Yeah.
That's insane. Yeah. Absolutely nuts.
I'm a lot more complex than some people realize, but I'm very much in tune with the spiritual world. Now, unfortunately, I'm going to have to probably go because we're going to be leaving very, very early in the morning. And I should at least try to get an hour or two of sleep, shouldn't I?
Okay.
Since I'm going to be hiking most of the day.
Okay.
Probably a good idea, right?
Yeah. I don't think I'm going to make the full 8.
But you got to
Yeah.
start.
This is literally the longest stream I've ever had. And for those
And it
in
was
the
nice to
chat,
have a more deep conversation.
well, besides the usual.
Not that kind of deep.
Not that I'm saying. Yeah. Not that exactly, not that kind of deep. I'm glad to actually get into getting to know you. It's like I feel how do I want to say this? A lot closer to knowing you. And I could actually say unequivocally, I'm actually kind of glad to have met you.
Thank you. I will continue to have meltdowns because I'm not fully stable and I do have brain damage from the seizures. So, but this has always been a contention for me.
I know a few
While I
things.
do, because while I do have the
And
damage and it doesn't communicate right, I'm not an idiot. I just can't always articulate what I'm really feeling inside. Know what I mean?
yeah, I do.
But yeah, I better try to get a little rest. It's a couple hours each way in drives, and we're going to be trying to do several hours of hiking. It's going to be a long day. So again, I pitch you
All
wish
right.
One
Sounds like you need to get some rest. You gotta watch day.
Bye.
Later. And if we have anybody alive in the chat, if you're all still here, StreamYard link is really right above. If you want to come up and join me and want to talk, I know I haven't been talking too much, but when you get something so intriguing like that, you really don't want to interrupt. But I mean, I'm always a sucker for a good story. I don't know about the chat, but I guess I just love stories. Stories are what makes us, unites us, binds us. Whether it's a story on paper or a story on a silver screen or a story on a small screen. It's still a story. Or if it's a story in music. And that is truly the ties that bind. But with that little thought, I think I'm really gonna call it a night. So I really mean it this time. Have a nice night. Stay awesome, everyone. I think I really don't need no 8 hours. This is still the longest stream that I've ever done. And I thank you, everyone who has participated. And I thank the chat for being such troopers. Have a nice rest of your day, morning, wherever you are. Stay awesome. Darth Aster out.